their way to about 45 minutes late, but then in the course of the day we will do our best to see that we can be able to recoup the time that is lost so that we are able to finalize again on time. To take us through the first session, we are having some slightly technical challenges, but then we will be fine. So take us through the first session. Priscilla.
Good morning, colleagues. Delighted that you have been able to make the time and commitment to be with us today. We hope we will have some robust and productive conversations and reactions to what we are going to share today. We are delighted to be together in this collaboration with the IRC family, the International Rescue Committee, the ILO, the government of Kenya, the city of Nairobi, in terms of what does it mean for decent work for urban refugees. So our program, the Rebuild program that is co-hosting this event, really seeks to build economic self-reliance for refugees, right? So mine is to just give you a warm welcome in terms of what we are supposed to be discussing together today, and then I will be introducing a few colleagues to also come and give their remarks in terms of what we are doing together or trying to do together to really equip refugees to be able to look after themselves and their families. Let me just take a few minutes to outline what the Rebuild program is about. You will see Rebuild, it's a long name, so we've shortened it to just that small acronym. The long name of the program is Refugees in East Africa, Boosting Urban Innovations for Livelihood Development. So you see, it is a mouthful. So in short, we talk about Rebuild. This program is born out of a journey between the IRC family and partners in the field, really working on trying to build self-reliance for refugees. We walked a very long journey way back in 2020 at the core of the COVID, right? Together with the IKEA Foundation and a number of partners, we co-created the program. We started implementing the program in 2021, so we are in our third year of implementation. At the core, Rebuild is about learning. What does it mean to build economic self-reliance for urban refugees? The program is anchored in Nairobi and in Kampala. We talk about learning by doing. We talk about building the body of evidence for what works or what doesn't work. I know that most colleagues in this sector, we try to push for good stories, case studies, successes, and we tend to shy away from saying, maybe we've tried this, but it is not working. So the beauty about Rebuild is that we are not shy to say if things are not working. We test things, we then are able to say, given this approach, given this practice, this is the journey we traveled, it worked or it did not work. And then we contribute that in terms of learning, whether it's a policy brief, whether it's a learning brief, but for all of us to actually learn. In the way we are doing our program, we see the work that we're implementing with our local partners, with our other collaborating partners like ILO, UNHCR, and other partners, and particularly the private sector, to sometimes bring more awareness in terms of the potential contribution that urban refugees can make to the communities that are hosting them, and ultimately to the governments that are actually hosting them. At Rebuild, we believe very strongly in equipping urban refugees to be able to look after themselves and to be able to contribute to the communities that are hosting them. So in doing the refugees, to be able to equip them honestly to be able to look after themselves and make a contribution to the city. In doing all of that, we believe very strongly in generating data, as I said before, and evidence. A number of pilots that we're implementing in Rebuild. We also have a randomized control trial that we are also trying to see what does it take for refugees to be able to start and grow their businesses. What does it take for them to have relationships in terms of a professional relationship with an upcoming or an established business, so that they can build their own business networks and be able to also have social cohesion as they really function within the communities. At the core, we believe that we have a policy report that we put together in terms of some of the things that we saw, particularly in Nairobi and Kampala, in terms of the regulatory framework, what are the laws that are in place, and then what are the practices in place as well, and then the challenges that present for urban refugees. We are excited that here in Kenya we have the Refugee Act of 2021, which really is creating an enabling environment for refugees to thrive. We are working very closely with DRS and other colleagues to see how we can bring that to fruition, particularly the regulations, and now with the Shirika plan. We are excited about the potential for pledges that might come from the two cities for the GRF in December. So looking forward to again coming together as a team in the few coming weeks to really discuss the city's pledges as we go to Geneva. And then lastly, let me talk about the successes or maybe some of the learnings that are coming from the work that we have done. You will see in your package what the Rebuild team, together with other colleagues like the ILO, UNHCR, the thoughts that we have put together around decent work for refugees. And we're talking about urban refugees. We have been trying a number of things as the Rebuild team, engaging with private sector, creating awareness that refugees have the right to work. But in doing so, we also saw that sometimes the refugees are subjected to poor labor conditions, unfair labor practices, and we articulate some elements of that in the paper that we've put together. We have also put together some recommendations, and my colleagues will go through in depth that policy brief and the paper that we've put together, and then we'll be able to interrogate maybe some of the recommendations or some of the findings that we've put together. So thank you so much for coming today and spending some time with us. I would like now to call my colleague and a dear friend who I call my comrade in arms, Montasia. He's our country director for IRC in Kenya. Welcome, Montasia. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome everyone to the Decent Work Conference on Refugees. Apology for the technical hitches so far, but I hope everyone can hear me well. I don't need the mic, right? So today we gather with a key purpose and shared commitment to contribute to the ongoing conversations on the refugee self-reliance through the theme of decent work, a pathway to refugee self-reliance. With all our partners, and what truly leaves us humbled and inspired is the presence of each and every one of you here today. Your commitment, dedication, and unwavering support is overwhelming and cherished. I will give a small overview of what IRC is doing in Kenya. The International Rescue Committee helps people affected by human vulnerable Kenyans, some in hard-to-reach geographies faced by different crises. The IRC has interventions in areas of healthcare support, nutrition, reproductive health, providing both preventive and curative services for both refugees and communities in the host. We also provide women's protection and empowerment programs that aims to empower women and girls to reach their full potential, free from violence and inequality, while our protection programs support safety of refugees and local communities. To empower persons to rebuild their lives, the economic recovery and development programs are designed to support clients in generating incomes and assets and to scale employability to attain economic self-reliance. Our focus in providing skills training for in-demand jobs and strengthening connections in local labor markets so that prospective employers can more easily find employees with the skills they need, encouraging new entrepreneurs and helping local businesses to grow through mentorship, financial management training, technical support, and access to grants and loans. Of legislations, policies, frameworks, and plans to ensure they capture the aspirations and interests of our clients, both at the national and county levels. So now, why the decent work discussion is necessary in this particular time? With the protracted situation in Kenya, the dwindling funding, and the need to promote dignity to the refugee population, there is a need to have programs and build collaborations to empower these populations to be able to chart their future and create opportunities and for economic growth. We have tons of evidence from locally and in other regions of the world on the potential that these displaced communities possess. When afforded the opportunity to thrive and create employment opportunities, they have the ability to contribute significantly not only to their own well-being, but also to the prosperity of host communities and the environments they occupy. Regrettably, this potential has remained largely untapped, hindered by barriers stemming from policies, practices, and at times, unfounded attitudes toward the refugee populations. Here in Kenya, as in many parts of the world, we stand at a pivotal moment. National conversations, in line with commitments made at the Global Refugee Forum, are converging with the development of our new refugee management frameworks, notably the Shirika Plan that my colleague Priscilla has alluded to, and the recently enacted Refugee Act of 2021. The Kenya Refugee Act 2021 has set the stage for the access to opportunities, and it is our collective duty to harness and work together for the realization of these rights that have the potential of transforming displaced communities from being dependent on aid to being contributors to labor and producers. These conversations are not mere discussions, They represent the bedrock upon which we can
show them that refugees are people, potential employees, potential partners, potential business partners, right? Refugees can be part and parcel of the distribution network. They can be part and parcel of the supply chain. They can also be really good team players if given the opportunity. So I would like to invite our colleague, Stephen Obiro, from the Federation of Kenyan Employers, to also just share a bit in terms of the thoughts and maybe even the provocation in terms of testing ourselves to create opportunities for refugees as potential employees. You're welcome, Stephen, please.
Let me start by saying I'm observing protocol so that then we all are on the same page. First, let me I bring you greetings from the Federation of Kenyan Employers and specifically from Madam Jacqueline Mugo, who unfortunately she was not able to make it. She was outside the country and just came in this morning, and it was very hard for her to be here. But she really wanted to be here in person because what this conference is talking about are issues that are at her heart and at the heart of the Federation. When we talk about refugees, sometimes we talk about, we look at it as if we are just talking about other people, forgetting that all of us are potential refugees. That's where our thinking, whether you're a policymaker, you're a citizen of this country, you're a resident of Africa, or a resident of the earth, you need to know that no one chooses to be a refugee. A situation happens and you find yourself displaced. Now, if you think as a potential refugee, then you know the importance of ensuring that the opportunity, whether we are talking about employment opportunity, we're talking about the business opportunity to work and earn a dignified living is important. It doesn't just become something important, actually it becomes a human rights issue that all of us must be able and need to be able to live in a dignified way. And with the refugees, something has gone wrong.
relations. Apply the labor laws as the private sector. We don't discriminate whom these labor laws should apply to and whom it should not apply to. All the labor laws are, we observe the labor laws when we are looking at our relationship with our workers, including if persons are refugees. Our challenge first is to the government. Can we be bold enough to look at our policies? Because when we employ, we look at the policies and what are the requirements. Are you able to give the refugees or the persons that are displaced the required documentations, including, say, for example, identification documents that can enable them to get the PIN numbers, they are able to get the NSSF numbers, they are able to get the NHIF numbers, because these are some of the things that will be required for them to be employed. So if they are not able to access those important documents, then it becomes a barrier. And so we need a great engagement to ensure that then the policy is able to facilitate the employment of refugees. At the private sector, we recognize that refugees come in with different skills, different work ethics, different experiences, and so it is important that we integrate them into our work environment and into the labor sector. Why this is also important is that even when the situations that made them to lose or to leave their countries normalizes and want them to go back, if they have been engaged productively in the private sector, then they go back with skills to build their countries, to build their communities. The challenge we have, we talk about integration of Africa. And most of the refugees we have are from within Africa. We can't be a one people when our own people remain displaced and remain out of the labor sector in our own continent. The other thinking that we need to have is how do we then help also the refugees, because most of them, from our study, we found out that they are engaged in entrepreneurial activities. Unfortunately, most of them are operating in the informal sector. We are talking about African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. How can we then be able to empower the refugees with the right kind of skill set so that then they can become producers of the products that are going to trade within the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement framework? And as a federation, part of the things that we are championing for the refugees, one is to push for them to be linked into the established formal supply chains. How do we look at them, not just as employees, but as potential business people and potential suppliers, so that even if these businesses exist in their accounts or in the urban areas, these businesses can be linked to the formal supply chains in the businesses.
The other thing that we are pushing for is to, through the recognition of prior learning, which is we have been working with the different government agencies, to be able to recognize the skills that the refugees have, and not because they have the certificate, but when they come and say, I know to make a table, I know how to make a chair, then they are assessed on what they know and are given a certificate that recognizes the kind of competencies, the kind of skills they have, and so that certificate can open an avenue for their employment in the formal labor sector. And for us, we feel that these are very important initiatives which we need to be able to support. The other initiatives that we have started as the Federation of Kenya Employers is recognition of the efforts that employers who are either supporting refugees in one way or another, either giving them employment opportunity or even attachment. We are running
an award which we call the Employer of the Year Award that recognizes the efforts that the employers are doing. And this is something that we keep on requesting our partners so that we work together to ensure that we are able to pass the best practices, we are able to share the learnings that we have and be able to lift the lives of the refugees. With that, I hope that we are going to work together. When we look at the last area, we are involved in the policy making in the labor sector, policies that guide the acceptable conditions of work, promotion of labor standards, and even the wage, the minimum wage, and the kind of wages that we should be getting. The challenge that we have in the country is that we are highly informal economy. And being highly informal, the enforcement of the standards, the enforcement of the wages levels, including the minimum wage, becomes important, because when you look at the minimum wage can only be enforced when the economy is highly formal. The wages are at a level that employers are able to afford to pay, and most of the employees are not working in the informal sector but are working in the formal sector. But also it has an impact if the prices of goods are not rising. And we hope that we're going to work together with our partners to ensure that these things are addressed so that we give the refugees a dignified living. With that, I want to thank you and once again wish you a fruitful discussion in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for those commitments. For me, I'm taking them as commitments, really, really lovely to hear that the Federation is open to opportunities for refugees, either as employees or as business partners. Very excited about the upcoming recognition of prior learning launch. I think we have a colleague from KNQA. We might get more intel in terms of what is upcoming within the next few weeks. And then again, thank you about the event, the Employer of the Year Award. I think Caroline and team are supporting that. I think we could see ourselves partnering on that as well. So thank you so much. Great points to DRS in terms of minimum wage. What does that look like? What do we need to have in place for us to actually talk about minimum wage? And I think we touched a bit on that in the policy brief that we have put in the pack. Excited to introduce our next colleague to give us their remarks, Seth Panyako from the Central Organization of Trade Unions. This is a key entity that gives voice to the workers. So welcome, Seth, please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, visitors who have visited this country this morning in this conference, I say good morning. First and foremost, I would like to humbly thank the International Organization and the International Rescue Committee for having chosen Kenya to hold this very important conference in this country today. I hope that the entire team has received nothing but splendid, warm welcome and cooperation that characterize the Kenyan people. Ladies and gentlemen, the issues we are going to discuss here are very critical to social, political, and economical orientation of the continent and the international community in general in reference to refugees agenda. With respect to the theme of this conference, which is decent work, a pathway to refugee self-reliance, I will largely based on the issues facing our continent as far as creation of employment for refugees and application of industrial relations practice is concerned. As per the 2022 flagship report of United UNHCR, there were 108.4 million people forced to flee from their homes. With this report, there is an urgent need to promote their rights, dignity, self-reliance, and achieve social justice, resilience, and peace. I applaud the International Labour Organization for engaging in the protection of refugees workers since its inception in 1919, and further supporting members impacted by forced displacement. It's extremely important that we support the refugees wherever they are, because as you have heard my colleagues say, you never know when you will be a refugee. Globally, the idea of decent work for refugees may be seen as building castles in the air. Our African continent has an unfortunately history marked by colonialism and forced labor, which has been bothering me whether decent work for refugees is attainable or not, considering our political troubled continent. You are aware that we have had a change of government in Gabon, which I know will lead to influx of refugees to surrounding countries and even outside Africa. So peace and tranquility in our continent is extremely important in order to deal with the issue of refugees. This will fill shortages in labor and skills, bring increased tax revenue to benefit both the refugees and the hosting countries, so that we have a mutual coexistence between the refugees and the people whom they coexist with those countries, to avoid conflict that emerge between the citizens and the refugees. Brothers and sisters, trade unions need no reminder that one of the single most important factors in economy's development is the state of peace and tranquility. I have been re-emphasizing the issue of peace and tranquility across the continent of Africa. The role of trade unions in generation of employment and generation of decent work for the purpose of prevention, recovery, peace, and resiliency with respect to fragile environments has gained renewed impetus since the adoption of the Employment and Decent Work for Peace and Resilience recommendation by the International Labour Organization. With all the positive impact brought by the trade unions in our continent, trade unions face challenges. And it is in this conference that we can articulate those challenges and give direction so that trade unions will wish to find themselves, to know where they will find themselves in the place of work. For us in trade unions, we should remain united, continue to carry out research in all efforts to generate and formulate homegrown policies that should alleviate poverty, create employment, and lay a foundation for social protection for our people. Brothers and sisters, as I conclude, let me thank the International Labour Organization for instilling efforts toward the well-being of African trade unions. I also thank all my colleagues who have sacrificed their time to come and attend this social conference, and I believe that it will really be of value to each one of us. I also want to confirm that Kotu Kenya has also carried out a survey on the welfare of the refugees in Kenya, and the outcome of those surveys are not far from what my brother from FKE has said. Welcome again to Kenya. Asante sana, karibu Kenya.
So much, Seth, for those lovely remarks. We're really looking forward to seeing the survey report and seeing how we can interrogate, how we can contribute, and maybe action the recommendations that your team has put together. Throughout this morning, we have been talking about policy, regulatory environment. I think Stephen put some challenges to our policymakers. So with that, let me welcome Madame Mercy Baya, who's a representative of the Commissioner at the Department of Refugee Services, to also give some remarks and maybe some guidance in terms of what is coming out from that department in terms of regulatory environment, making it a little bit more conducive for the urban refugees. So you're most welcome. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Baya. I work for the Department of Refugee Services. I'm here on behalf of the Commissioner. He sent his apologies. He's not able to attend. Department of Refugee Services is the department from the government that is mandated to manage refugees in Kenya, as well as register and issue documentation. So I want to appreciate all the partners at RC for organizing this forum. I think it's important that we have this moving forward now that we have the new law that I think the people who are here before me mentioned, which supports and encourages that refugees should be self-reliant. And also with the introduction of the Marshall Plan, which intends to encourage and empower refugees to be self-reliant economically. And also, I think I am so happy from the COTU and FKE for the support and the willingness to really support refugees in ensuring that also they get the decent work and decent work environment so that they can also, work in Kenya. So we really appreciate that. And as the government, the DRS, we really appreciate because when the refugee law came into force in 2021, and I think some of my colleagues are here, we really had a long time, coming up with especially this to convince other people living in the government that it's important that these people are self-reliant. It was a hassle, but we appreciate that it was accepted. And we really appreciate the support. And we are always available and willing to get different views from all of you, because we know when such a law is introduced, different stakeholders need to come together to ensure that this dream is realized. So we really need your support moving forward. I hope the organizers will have more of this because it's a process, and it's good that we have started this process. So I'm hoping to learn from you, every one of you, so that we can come up with best ways to ensure that refugees have the decent work environment. Thank you.
It is so refreshing when you hear government really saying thank you and we are partners. So thank you for all of that. Mercy for making that commitment on behalf of the DRS. This comes to my end in terms of the session that I was managing. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you for making those commitments and making those roundtables. You have seen that there is a lady that I'm sitting next to, Caroline. She's a lady of action. Great things coming from ILO and IRC in terms of prospects and the rebuild program. So I'm sure during today we will be able to excite you to maybe something that we're going to do together in terms of moving this decent work agenda forward. So thank you so much, colleagues. I hand over now back to Jamin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priscilla, and thank you to the speakers that have made the remarks. At the DNA of decent work, then it's ILO. And so this is the session where we need to get an overview about decent work, the various experiences, and the various current interventions that are happening, and even be clear in terms of the definitions that we are having.
And so this session, we give it to ILO to be able to share with us. Karibu Caroline.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, Jeffrey. Just project it from wherever. I have it on my tablet. Good morning. It's a little cold in this room. I don't feel energy. I don't know what's going on. Is it the traffic we endured? Good morning. Good morning. That's better. Could I kindly request the backbenchers to come a little bit forward? Kindly, humbly, naomba, I am asking. Just so that we don't have a lot of empty. You know, when you go to weddings and there are a lot of empty chairs at the front, the food is not served until. So please, would you like me to come and walk you to the front? It will create a bit of a warmer atmosphere. My name is Caroline Joke. My colleagues are setting up, so I'm buying time. Is it up? Okay. My name is Caroline Joke. I think I know most of you. It's a room of friends. I have dedicated my entire life to supporting refugee policy and work. But as I stand here today, I am excited at where we are. And I was speaking with Priscilla just before the start of the meeting, and I said, you know, Priscilla, we were not having these conversations pre-2016. Decent work for refugees, what is that? Rufus and Lillian, decent work. Not even decent work, work for refugees, what is that? But a lot has happened, and especially since 2016. I say this with a bit of caution. But the Syrian crisis was a blessing in disguise, because the reality of displacement was brought closer to other parts of the world that had forgotten it since World War II. Controversial but true. Because we in this region we've been hosting refugees for so long. They are brothers and sisters. But I also call on us, as we say brothers and sisters, can we be kinder to those brothers and sisters? Otherwise it's just empty words. We had been generous. We were not complaining. But during the Syrian crisis, people started complaining that there are too many. They are not us. We need to do something. And so we convened in New York and said, could we do better for refugees? But most importantly, for those that host them. Because hosting comes with a cost. Even when you have someone coming to your house, your budget goes up a little bit. Yeah? If you are cooking 2 cups of rice, you probably have to cook 3. Or if you keep 2, then people get lesser portions, right? So it's the same for refugees. I'll continue because the presentation is up. The International Labour Organization is not your usual partner when people talk about displacement. It has not been for a very long time. And do you know how old we are? 104 years. We are the oldest UN organization. Can we say we existed before the UN? The UN, the League of Nations, when was that found?
It's post-World War II, right? I'm trying to, I'm a student of history. Many of us in this room, actually all of us, I dare say, enjoy status in society, largely because of what we do. Is it true? In your address book, probably 60-70% of those people you speak to a lot and you associate in the chamas, in groups for the non-Kenyans. And the prestige you enjoy is largely because of what we do. It unlocks a lot of doors. If I didn't do what I do, I would not enjoy some of the social prestige I have. And if you think that is not true, you'll be fired. People you thought were friends, you stop. Do you remember what the former PS of ICT said? That when he ceased being PS, his phone, usually you have two phones, you want to juggle. Who is calling? And this other one is calling me. And you think it's annoying because everyone wants to talk to you. Caroline, Muheshimiwa, so-and-so, Priscilla. Then you don't have that job. And he says his phone, he woke up in the morning and the phone was not ringing. He thought maybe it doesn't have charge. Or maybe it was on silent. No one was calling. So work, I'm coming back to work. Work is it's more important than most of us think it is. It's not just because it pays our bills and takes our children to school. It is a big part of our social capital and social justice. Yeah? So the ILO. I've already mentioned who we are. A big constituency, 187 member states, and it brings together government, the three constituents that spoke before me. And that's why they also came before me. Governments, employers, and workers with, very important, equal voice. So the government's voice is not more important than the worker's voice or the employer's voice at the ILO. And I think that is the greatest value that we bring into the United Nations system. I have talked about, no I haven't, social dialogue. Gave us the 8 hours day of work. You wake up in the morning and you assume it is normal that you work 8 to 5. Do you know how long they used to work before? Before the ILO gave us the 8 hours work day, you worked endlessly. Your employer, then, Stephen, they worked the last grain of energy in your system. The bottom line. Yeah? Weekends. What is that? What is that? We have a pipeline to run. We have goods to produce. Yeah? Women, I'm expecting, I need to go where? The customer is not waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the ILO gave us all these benefits. But how did that happen? Because the employer is saying, you keep working. Okay? And the worker is saying, oh, yeah, but I need compensation. And the government is saying, no, but it's not a good thing that people don't have. And so, social dialogue is about negotiation. Because we need to move forward. We don't want to close our industries. Yeah? Because that is important for powering our economies. And at the same time, we want people to be able to rest and, balance. We say work-life balance. I don't know how many of you are having that here. Am I speaking to somebody? Work-life balance. What is that? Yeah? So we come together and negotiate how it is that we are going to work together. So that's really social dialogue. I put it simply as speaking with each other. Speaking with each other on what taxes businesses pay, workers pay, government. What about government? What are you giving us in exchange for our taxes? Are we getting value for our taxes? International labor standards, that's what most people know the ILO for. And I've already mentioned some of these things. That you work not under duress, you're not forced to work, that you work in a safe environment. And I remember we have a relatively new Director General, and he said, especially on occupational safety and health, that it is imperative that when people go to work in the morning, their families know that they will come back in the evening. Safe, healthy, not injured, because they're working in workplaces that are so horrible. And we've had a few of those cases in Kenya, isn't it? So protection is also at the core of this. And the decent work agenda, I've already mentioned a couple of those things. But we cannot talk about international labor standards, labor, if work does not exist. Because what are we going to be protecting? If businesses do not exist and are not thriving, work will not be available. So how do we support those businesses to grow so that they can offer opportunities for more work? And so employment and growth of enterprises is really at the heart of what the ILO does. And also, very important, and Stephen spoke to some of that, is then how does human capital power enterprise growth? So the component of skills, do we have the skills that enable enterprises to be more productive, to make more money, so they're able to compensate better and pay taxes and grow economies, etc. The history is the history. I've spoken a little bit about it. I'll go to the next, and I'm already speaking to some of those things, so I'll skip some of them. I've spoken about protection, liberties, rights, and opportunities. But I just like to pause, especially for those of us that are speaking about decent work for refugees. How many of you here think your work is decent? Decent? Mm-hmm. I'm trying to see my colleagues who think their work is Most of your hands went up. And if we had time, I would really ask what you think makes your work decent. Let me just have two people who speak to it, and non-ILO, not COTU, not FKE. Anyone, why do you say your work is decent? We're not going to prove that it's not decent. We just want to hear. But your hands went up. Yes, Rufus.
I think the assurance of remuneration after the work is done, and the benefits that come with it.
Like?
Just like health insurance,
Very good. Yeah. Prospects of mobility, that you don't remain in the same position forever. Who else? Yes, please.
Promoting
of the community members, including refugees community.
I want your job. Is it
I
decent?
am a human rights defender.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
So that's my job.
And so what makes you think or feel that your job is decent, the work you do, you as an individual?
Because when I see the happiness in the faces of the community members when I fight for their justice. I feel
Fulfillment.
so, yeah.
Fulfillment, that's also really, really important. And those elements are it. I love my job. I absolutely do. I look forward to it. I don't struggle on Monday morning. Well, it's Monday morning, but I look forward to the week. And it should be our intention that the programs that we implement give people the same, if not better, satisfaction like we enjoy in our jobs. It's not touch and go. It's not woe ye refugees. Your job is not woe ye. The workers tell us, are you even serious? Yeah? And then the government tells us, but we need the capacity to implement those policies that you guys are pushing. You want us to ratify Convention 190 on prevention of sexual harassment in the world of work, at the workplace, but we don't have capacity. People still don't appreciate what sexual harassment is. So can you support us with the capacities to implement these policies? And of course, we have been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. We all know the SDGs. What SDG covers work? Can you tell I'm a teacher? That's why I ask so many questions. SDG number? SDG number 8 covers the decent work agenda. But very importantly, our approach to work is integrated. And please go to the next slide. And it looks this way. One, I've talked about international labor standards. Yeah? That economies can grow, but not at the expense of rights. Even if it's capitalism. Capitalism does not mean the absence of rights. Then, prioritizing employment, promoting jobs, making income opportunities a priority for us. And then, very importantly, and Ruf has already spoke to some of this when he answered about decent work, is access to social protection, and especially for those that are not covered through contributory schemes. You know, most of us in this room have very nice private insurance. But what percentage of that is it in Kenya? I don't have the numbers, but it's quite small. What about those ones that cannot pay to Jubilee or others? You know, how do we carry them along? How about those that don't have access to work, but they need to eat? Do we have, and we don't have a universal income benefit in Kenya, but how do we support them? How do we support women when they are pregnant and they have children and they cannot work, etc.? And when we, you know, we'll all grow old and we will not be able to work, but we will still need to pay bills and eat, right? Social protection covers us. You have a pension, or if you don't have that privilege, you can benefit from other programs like Inua Jamii for the elderly and vulnerable. And very importantly, I spoke about what makes us unique: tripartism and social dialogue. Tripartism, workers, employers, and government. I call it the Holy Trinity without being blasphemous. That's who we are. That's what we bring to the international ecosystem, and a lot of dialogue and conversation. And I've mentioned this, of course, that decent work is the foundation of inclusive societies, and that it's more than a job. It enables inclusive growth, equality, social cohesion. Yeah? Do we see how work promotes peace? Well, we are in Kenya. Didn't we have maandamano the other day? People said, high cost of living, our salaries are the same, we can't afford to eat. So if we have decent work, Stephen talked about it, our salary is going up, as inflation is going up, how are we dealing with that? But also progress. We will only grow, make progress as a society when as many people can pay taxes, as many enterprises can pay more taxes, so that we can have healthcare and school and protection, all those things, yeah? Some statistics, but really, let me not go into that. We've talked about the SDGs. Next. I'm skipping a lot of this because I've talked to them. Let me see what I haven't talked to as yet. That is important. Please go to slide 15. Decent work is rooted in international labor law. Decent work is not something we can give or not decide to. And that applies to us, but also to the refugees that we serve. And of course, I've already spoken about so many of those laws, provisions that we take for granted now, but that have come through processes of negotiations, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stop there. But as we did a study in 2021 into 2022, very similar to what the IRC did. And we were looking at the policy and administrative context under which refugees work, under which refugees, yes, exist in Kenya. Specifically on work, employment. Refugees by law in Kenya, and Geoffrey will speak to some of those things in a minute, are allowed to work. But are they really able to take up that opportunity? And we had a very good feedback. We trained 70 young men and women, Kenyans and refugees, in high-level industrial welding. They were apprentices. They did work-based learning in Nairobi-based, really good companies, and they were so well-trained that they wanted to keep them on and pay them like they pay everyone else, not pay them as refugees. There's nothing like that. But you know, if you're a refugee, you need a what? Work permit. Yeah, not a problem. What do you need to apply for a work permit? You need a refugee ID, okay? You need letter from the employer. Employer said, no worries. It was the first document we got. You need a letter of endorsement from DRS. This is okay, but it must not be there, okay, from the law. The challenge that we had was almost 60% of these refugees do not have a refugee ID. So we talk about the challenge of work permits in Kenya, but the challenge is not the work permits, and DRS is in the room. The challenge is that we do have a serious backlog on issuance of the refugee ID, which is the starting point. Without it, no one is going to have any conversation on anything else. So we also, in this context, it's easy to, and I hear Kenya criticized all the time. I told you I've been in this place, 16, 17 years. We all say Uganda is doing so well, and Uganda is. Oh, and Kenya's, have you seen the literature? I cringe. Kenya's restrictive. It's not me writing those things. It is all of us in this room. Look at your reports. Restrictive refugee law. But we have law providing. But administrative barriers stopping it. And we need to have that. I feel like we need to go beyond the surface, go below the surface. Work permit, that's not the problem. Can we unlock the refugee status determination challenge so that refugees have IDs? With IDs, they will be able to do a lot of things. It happens with urban refugees. Then lastly, and Geoffrey, I'm doing your presentation now somehow, is, so what happened to those people? We had to go back, not just start now working on the work permit, but work on the refugee ID. And a lot of them got the postings. And then there is another one. Refugees, Kenya has, we pride ourselves to be, really deepening financial inclusion. Mobile money. I don't know how we existed before M-Pesa. Don't you love it? When I'm in Europe, I ask my colleagues, you can't pay with mobile money? They're like, no. I'm like, we may not have everything else, but we do have mobile money. And it's such, it has included almost everyone. Please, let's never say everyone. Almost everyone. Our grandmothers, they can get their Inua Jamii transfers through the mobile money. But you know what happens to refugees? The refugee ID is not KYC compliant. Do you know KYC? We as Kenyans, we don't even need to know it because I'll just produce my ID. I go to Safaricom, I want to register a new line. Iko wapi ID? Where is your ID? Chick. So we don't care that there's something called Know Your Customer. You want to go open a bank account. It's so normal. We give our IDs even when we are entering buildings. Yeah? You give it. It's because there is law that requires financial institutions and telcos to know who their customer, and the main requirement is passport or ID. Do refugees have passports? A refugee passport is threat to your own refugee status. You can't use it really and still claim to be a refugee. So how, and that is not recognized as enough for KYC. So refugees are not able to register the SIM cards for mobile money. Can you imagine that level of exclusion? But I don't want to sound like a doomsayer. We have a new law, the Refugee Act 2021, and it has a provision. Is it super progressive? I don't think so. I'm sorry. we are making progress. We are making progress. But considering the discussions we are having, I feel like we could have done more. We could have done better. We could have opened up the space more. But we will work with what we have and try to make the most out of it. And how do we do this? In Kenya, law is implemented through regulation. Yeah? And I think some of you have seen the regulations. How can we expand the scope of that regulations to be in line with the law? We're not talking about any regulation outside of the law, outside of the act. But what is our interpretation of what is provided in the act, and how can it be operationalized in the regulation? And one of the key things that are there, and I am praying that Parliament accepts, is this documentation or I think endorsement or recognition of the refugee ID as being, KYC compliant, opening up many other opportunities. That would be a game changer, a big game changer. But beyond that, and this is where I'm a little frustrated, there is nothing else in the regulations. Apart from have you seen it, guys? Have you seen the regulations? Have you seen the version of this week, or is it Friday? Not yet. Okay, we have seen it. There is not much more. So I don't know if there is still room to improve the regulations. I saw the parliamentary committee was in Mombasa last week, so maybe something else will come out of it. What can we do? What is the scope of working in the refugee space? How can we engage private sector more? How can we, because the banks say we'll be happy to give finance, but so those are some of the issues that we are discussing. And I really have to stop because we are behind time, and Geoffrey needs to, you'll just skip what I've said and go to the other things that we found in the policy reform. And I was whispering to Priscilla, now that we do have these Refugee Act regulations, a bit of progress in the work employment agenda, opportunity agenda for refugees, how do we sustain this conversation? Because even within ourselves, we need to be a little honest. Why are we still paying refugees incentive pay? What is that? Do you know what it is? Of course you do, because we pay. What is incentive pay? How much is a teacher paid in Kenya? How much?
8,000 shillings.
Incentive?
Yeah. That's for the refugee.
For the refugee. But how much are Kenyan teachers paid? How much? No, that's refugee. But Kenyan teachers, how much? 21,000. We have to lead from the front. I've been trying to investigate where that incentive pay came from. I still haven't found it. Maybe someone here has an answer. The donors are here. I don't know whether they're the ones giving us money and asking us to pay, because maybe we are trying to stretch the dollars. We need to have those uncomfortable conversations. And I'm hoping that Kotu, did the Kotu colleague leave? Puts us to task. Ask us, humanitarians, what is incentive pay? Where is it in the Employment Act? Yeah, we cannot abuse rights as right holders. Maybe there is a reason, but it cannot be so good that it violates rights. Because we bring in other partners, we are asking private sector to come into that space. What precedents are they going to follow? If a private school comes to hire teachers and they hire refugee teachers, how much are they going to pay them? Our incentive pay. And if they don't, what is going to happen? Tensions. Because now the refugee teachers who are being paid less will start saying, but those others are being paid more. That's not the kind of thing that we want. Yeah. So there are those conversations that must happen now, because we are doing we want to do this right. It cannot be touch and go. It has to be deliberate. And I hope that we can have this constant dialogue. Annually, maybe. Let's have the Decent Work for Refugees roundtable, where we bring in private sector, we bring those of us who are working in this space, we bring in government, and we tell each other the truth. How is this going? The regulations will be gazetted soon. Are they working? Where are we? What are the bottlenecks? Because that way, we are able to keep the momentum going and keep ourselves in check. Otherwise, we will keep status quo. And at the end of the day, each one of us will be judged by whoever will judge you, depending on what you did during your good time on earth. I am sorry, Geoffrey. Let's go to the next bit. We'll try to keep it brief, but this was very important because it's a decent work conference anyway. I'm just excusing my long speech. Over to you.
Thank you, Caroline. And I think Caroline has covered most of the things that I wanted to cover. And I'll keep skipping. Sorry. So for us, for us as the ILO, so specifically, since Caroline has covered issues of registration, I'll only concentrate on some of the things that we do and what came out from the policy brief, covering 3 specific areas on skills development, rights to work and rights at work, and then just draw down some of the recommendations that then came out of this report. As the ILO, and I'm beginning from a recommendation that was put forward by the ILO, we call it Recommendation 205, looking at employment and decent work for peace and resilience recommendation. And you saw under decent work metrics and how it facilitates. Caroline mentioned about, social peace and how, decent work can contribute to that, and work as well contributing to peace. I'm going to look at just it has so many guiding principles, but I just highlighted some of them that are specific to productivity of work. Looking at also promoting, combating discrimination, and this you'll also see in the Employment Act as well when it comes to access to employment opportunities, right to work. So there's an issue of that as well, and then there's social dialogue. But when you go down to refugees, we are looking at how we foster self-reliance for refugees. To be able to access, like livelihood opportunities, because all the work we do as developmental actors in this space is to ensure that we improve the livelihoods of refugees in their spaces as well. Issues of recognition of certifications and qualifications, and that speaks to a profiling system, because most of the times when refugees come in, we don't really profile them. And one of the speakers spoke about, I think it was Stephen, on issues of how can we be able to certify refugees with the skills that they come with. Because we most of the times we tend to believe that refugees come in without skills. But in real sense, the truth is that most of the refugees who come here were working in the countries of origin, and therefore they come in carrying some competencies and skills that could be certified and therefore engage meaningful within the labor markets. And then issue of enhancing public employment services, linkages to work opportunities, and the issue of public employment services and active labor market policies is a very consistent issue that is missed out in refugee setups. So we tend to say we are skilling refugees, but we don't provide those services that transition them into the labor market. So it includes, career guidance, issues of kind of job matching, profiling job seekers. If I was to ask a question right now, that how many people know how many refugees that are in the working, working age bracket, but do not have access to employment opportunities. But at the same time, have we been able to employ, profile employers within the spaces we work in, so that we can be able to link, employers and refugee workers within the labor markets. So the overview, and this is just common knowledge for every one of us. I might say common knowledge, but there are people who also are not aware of this. So they are both regional and international standards, where Kenya, of course, is a signatory to some of them, and pledged commitments to some of these declarations. Kampala Declaration, when it looks at jobs, livelihoods, and resilience, but also issues of education for refugees. When you look at the Djibouti Declaration as well, but the overarching 91 Convention on Refugees, which looks at protection of refugees within any member state. But as well, and I mentioned this, we have the Kenyan Constitution, which of course includes a number of provisions on labor rights within the Bill of Rights. We have the Employment Act that I spoke about, and Caroline has spoken to it well, which doesn't discriminate in real sense about refugees inclusion, because it protects everybody within the boundaries of the country. The Labor Relations Act, which is a revised version as well, looking at establishment of registration of trade unions and employers organizations, and recognition of trade unions as well. So, and you had Seth speaking about an assessment they did on potential entry points for refugee inclusion into unions as well, because that is how you can have collective bargaining. And lastly, the East African Protocol, which establishes protocols for free movement of persons within East African countries. I'm gonna jump this. Caroline spoke to refugee IDs and how it's avoiding inclusion of refugees within different systems. I'm gonna look at education and skills development and what we have in place and what are the potential entry points for refugees. So, what defines a skills development or education and training system? We have a couple of acts, a couple of policies that have been put forward in the country, systems and frameworks that are here. And Caroline mentioned that we are not short of frameworks, we are not short of policies. The policies are there, they are progressive, but how do we include refugees in such policies? As you can see, the medium-term plans, which are currently under the 4th generation, the TVETA Act, the technical and vocational training, strategic plans as well, and all these. So what is the issue when it comes to all these acts that have been put forward? One of the issues is that most of the acts do not, explicitly include refugees within the act. So they do not respond to refugees. And the reason behind it is that when you come to an act and the target population, they will speak about migrant workers. But then these migrant workers, the understanding is that it's not refugees. And I also speak to this because when you're having some discussion on employment services, this also came up. When you talk about provision of employment services to refugees, at some point it's thought that refugees are not categorized under those vulnerable populations that the Employment Act is covering. And as such, it's important that then we ensure, for purposes of these acts being more inclusive, the refugee name should be appearing in some of these acts, so that then everybody who's reading the act, anyone who's implementing the act, is aware that then refugees are part of the target populations. So, in terms of inclusions and reforms, a couple of reforms have happened according to the assessment. Looking at the recognition of prior learning framework, which includes refugees, and it's explicit, and right now about 100 refugees have been assessed and certified. The national blueprint, and I'm looking at strategy number 7 of the national blueprint. And it's more like a TVET blueprint that puts in place what would TVET respond to in terms of infrastructure, in terms of capacity support, in terms of programs. And under strategy number 7, the government is explicit on improving TVET service delivery in youth rehabilitation, rescue correction centers, and refugee camps. And that's clear. And this is where, these are some of the entry points that we need to be taking into consideration, and ensuring that when such is within a national document, we can use this as a proof that then we need to include refugees in other acts, because development of a national blueprint mirrors the TVET Act, mirrors the education policy, and mirrors any other act that exists within the TVET subsector. We have the draft national education sector strategy, which is coming up. Refugees have definitely been part of the engagement, so they've been part of this as well as the target population, and a couple of strategies there on how to engage with the refugee schools, refugee teachers, as well as the trainees within that sector. And most importantly, the county bill on vocational training. And these I also speak to developmental actors. When you look at the county bill, it all includes refugees. And this is also because we've been interacting with KISDEM and ensuring that refugees are also included in CIDPs. So this is a very important document for us, so that we are able to also understand how we engage with the vocational training centers within the counties to ensure that then we support that as well. And looking at also some initiatives from government, such as NITA, TVETA, accrediting refugees in institutions. NITA, kind of assessing refugees. They've been in that space for a very long time, and therefore giving, certifying refugees with accredited qualifications within the qualification framework. So rights at work, Caroline has mentioned all these under rights at work. For me, the most, restrictive element is the documentation of refugees, and which you also spoke about. And one other area I would like to touch is on the sessional paper number 4 of 2013 on employment policy and strategy. That document makes no specific mention of refugees, on how refugees will be able to access work. But remember, the Employment Act mentions that anybody within our boundaries is able to access, and that is in Article 5.2 on equal employment opportunities, but also 5.1a, which looks at promote and guarantee equality of opportunity for persons who is a migrant worker. So how do we relate this? So I'll see a little bit of harmonization here, because if one act speaks different and we have another policy speaking differently, there's a lot that needs to go into ensuring that then we are able to harmonize the two policy frameworks and acts. And then looking at the last one on the Citizenship and Immigration Act, there is no stipulation on emphasis of the need of refugees to access identification documents and work permits. But what they say is that anybody who wants to access work has to have the requisite documents. So it sends us back to documentation. So we can't access work, and I think Stephen mentioned the same, Caroline has mentioned the same, till we sort out the documentation issue, which is basically an administrative thing. So I'm not going to speak about this, but on business registration, we've also highlighted some of the acts that are there on business registration, the Micro and Small Enterprise Act, which provides legal guidance on how to register business and all that. And on land ownership, very special provisions, because we want refugees to, kind of engage in agriculture and all that as a value chain, and some of the value chains that have been identified in the spaces. But then there's also a limitation for any non-citizen to be able to own a land, but there is lease. So how do you use that special provision to support refugees to kind of engage in agriculture? Of course, financial inclusion, KYC, but there is also an elephant in the room on the Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, which of course currently, UNHCR will echo that, we have a couple of, investigations and audits on monies that go even to refugee-led organizations as well. So these are provision that is also derailing kind of refugee interaction with the different financial service provision. M-Pesa being one of them, which is a bigger platform where refugees would be able to both for business but also for digital work. Access rights at work, social justice. Of course, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution provides provisions on how we interact in that platform as well. Employment and Labor Relations Act, Court Act, Article number 29, which further states that the court shall ensure reasonable, equitable, and progressive access to judicial services. However, no specific mention of refugees, non-citizens, or migrant workers. So there's that gap that is under that as well that needs to a little bit of tweaking and fixing so that we ensure that refugees are able to access this. But generally, under rights to work and rights at work, one of the things that came up during the research is lack of awareness. Refugees do not know that such provisions exist in terms of their rights. So there's a lot that we need to do about awareness. When you look at the work permits, access to work permits, there was also a gap in terms of the process itself. It's not clear. Where do we start? Where do we end? What is the role of the employers? What is the role of DRS? When you go to immigration department, it's also unclear on how they would interact with refugees. But if you ask a question, if any other foreign worker comes in, they would give you a clear process. But when it comes to refugee, there's a little bit of gaps in terms of processing. Freedom of movement, I'll not mention that because the Refugee Act, of course, still we have an incumbent policy on such, but this is the biggest elephant in the room as well, because how do you talk about labor market access for refugees if you can't move? So it becomes challenging for you to access the labor market. And of course, social security, Caroline mentioned, and just this year we've already kind of ascended the national protection policy of 2023, which establishes the different schemes, both security and health insurance, and it's clear on access. You can either it could be a contribution from the employer or self-contribution, and Caroline mentioned that as well. So we need to see at what levels refugees can be able to engage this. And we did just recently, an assessment on Haba Haba and how refugees can be able to kind of access the same through the informal worker scheme, which is being supported by the government.
Can you please say what
Haba Haba is a national security scheme that depends more of mobile payment system, and it's kind of installment pay that supports the informal workers to contribute to NSSF. So since we saw this is a potential entry for refugees, because of course it depends with M-Pesa and it's looking at an informal worker, and in the refugee spaces, most of the workers there are in the informal economy, we felt that this is a potential entry point for refugee contributions to NSSF. We understand that in NHIF, so many refugees have already been included, but there is an issue on the NSSF part. So we saw it as a potential entry. But during this as well, we found some restrictions, such as refugees claiming that now if I start contributing and I'm repatriated, then what does it mean in terms of the contributions that I pay to these as well? So there are a little bit of challenges there that needs to be fixed on the Haba Haba one. But it's a good entry point, and we can really try and support that as well. So I'm not going to talk about this. I see Jamin is looking at me because of the time. I'm just going to straight go into some of the recommendations. So the recommendations from the assessment, processes of obtaining the refugee ID documents should be made clearer, both at DRS and UNHCR. I know the roles shifted a bit from UNHCR formally to DRS, but also we need to work on capacity building and providing resources to the authority, DRS, so that they are able to process some of these documentations as fast as possible. Clarification on applicability of laws regarding access to labor markets for refugees. Of course, documentation is one of the problems, but then there need to be a clear process as well to be determined there. The Kenya encampment policy is a barrier. So here, the only thing we could look at is advocating. But then, as we advocate for this, we have the movement passes, which already refugees could be able to use to access labor markets. And we see a restriction also. It's also not clear. They would say in the documentation that it takes about 5 days, but in practice, you find it takes a couple of days, some weeks, and from refugees, they'll tell you it might even take 3 months to get even some of these documentation. So we need to shorten the process, but also make it clear for how they attain the movement passes. So, and then many commitments have been made by Kenya government to integrate refugees in education systems, but they have not yet been enshrined. So we need to harmonize some of the policies, ensure that this, whatever is in principle or in an act, also happens in practice, because there's always a gap between practice and policy, and as such, that's where that gap makes hinders refugee participation in the labor markets. And of course, refugee access to financial services, talking to the KIC requirements, and issues of work permits that I've spoken to. And lastly, just for the ILO, this is the last slide, not to bore you with a lot of information. I feel it's also information overload. So some of our innovative practices that we've done as the ILO is enhancing inclusion in policy frameworks, strategies, and standards. And I always say, if you're not able to put it in policy, look at a standard. If you're not able to put in a standard, put it in a strategy. Start small and grow. The next one is strengthening, system strengthening at county and national levels. There's a lot that needs to be done to understand the refugee space, both for government and for government, that is national and county, but also developmental actors as well in the space as well. Because we also understand there are different partners who do not understand some of these acts exist and some of these provisions exist. So we blame government when there's provisions that could make entry point for ourselves. Dual skills development programs, of course, working with the private sector and employers to ensure they are part of the training. When they're part of the training of refugees, they will definitely be able to employ. I don't want to repeat what Caroline mentioned, the program we worked on, and some refugees were onboarded by different industries. Partnerships between government, authorities, INGOs, NGOs, and CBOs. This is a good model for employment service that we've done very recently, bringing NEA to the space, understanding that they need to provide employment service, because the Act speaks to that, but also partner with them, with the different NGOs to understand how employment services is being delivered and also build on their capacities. On financial inclusion, we have, making finance services work for refugees, a program that works for both to build capacities of private sectors, but also government and MFIs as well. And we have ILO guiding principles on how to access refugee spaces. And lastly, the digital economy, which for us, we feel that this is an entry point. It has less barriers, though we know KIC is also there on how they receive money, but we have also creative kind of modalities on how refugees can access funds through associations and through groups that then work in the digital economy. But more important is the existence of Online Professional Workers Association of Kenya. This is one association that could unionize refugees who are in the digital economy and work together with COTU as well to build their capacities. And of course, largely, advocacy as partners to ensure that then we work together towards work permits, documentation, and awareness creation on issues of labor market integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ILO, Caroline, and Geoffrey. I think in terms of definition what decent work is, we are well aligned. In terms of the interventions ongoing and the call in terms of what we are supposed to do, I think that presentation spoke to us about the definitions, the bottlenecks, the laws and policies in place, but also challenged us to be able to ensure that then we include refugees within our processes. From Caroline, that was a great appeal that what is incentive pay? And nobody wants to answer, but then we know what it is. The importance of employment, and that does not only exist to us, but also to refugees. And I'm reminded about what the Kenya judiciary has spoken about this, and I will quote that in the case of Monica Munira, the Court of Appeal has actually stated that apart from life and land, employment ranks as one of the most emotive issues in which failure to secure a job or loss of one has the possibility of diminishing someone's loss of confidence, dignity, and place in society. And those are actually the words that Caroline brought forth to us. We want to go for a short break, health break, 15 minutes, then we'll come back and see what exactly then are the experiences that we are having. We'll hear from refugees in terms of the experiences that they are getting towards the attempt to access decent work. Then finally, we'll have a panel discussion to be able to float this particular recommendation and see what particular recommendation we can be able to achieve. And from the clarion call that has happened since morning, how can we be able to follow up these particular conversations? It's 1 minute to 11:30, so we break for 15 minutes, and so we'll be back at 11:44. Thank you very much, and enjoy your tea. For the gents and ladies, they are right opposite this particular hall.
cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs, DBTs.
commitments, and how various institutions and agencies see this decent work for refugees. And so we want to shift gears a bit to look at what exactly then are the experiences. What are we seeing in the programming that we are doing? What are the experiences of the refugees? And as I said before the break, then we will have a panel to interrogate these particular experiences and the commitment that we can be able to get from that. And so I'm going to be inviting Johnston to speak about the policy brief that is based on the experiences the Rebuild program has been seeing in implementing employability for refugees, and then he'll go ahead and give us various recommendations. So welcome, Johnston.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Jamin, for... I think this is a little bit shorter. It was meant for Jamin. For me, it's... okay, thanks. Thank you so much for that. So I think basically what I'll be trying to do is to take you through this. You already have this policy brief. I think it is part of the documents that you have. And I'll be inviting you maybe to study it in detail later. But for now, I'll just give you a top overview of what it contains and the reason why we developed this policy brief. So I'm waiting for the slides. So this policy brief was basically developed as a result of experience of implementation of the Rebuild project in Kampala and Nairobi. If you read it, you will see that there are some recommendations for Kampala, there are recommendations for Nairobi, there are also recommendations for specific cities, which is Nairobi and the country, and also specific city recommendation based on the experience of implementing Rebuild project. So if you, as I wait for that, we have definition of decent work, which was done this morning by ILO. The policy brief borrows every from the definition by ILO. We also have the policy environment at the regional, global, and even at the city level in terms of some of the policies that makes direct pronouncement on decent work. We already highlighted them in this policy brief. And then we also have key issues limiting access to decent work. This is where we would concentrate today, just to share with you what are some of those issues that limit decent work. And these issues that we have highlighted here was a product of a deliberation that we had with refugees. We talked with the private sectors in Kampala and Nairobi. We talked with employers. We talked with even some agencies that are in the refugee space. And all of them, we collected them into this document that we have pointed out some of the key issues that are limiting access to decent work for refugees. And then finally, we have provided some recommendations. And the recommendations that we have provided here is in three categories. The first one is recommendations to Kenya and Uganda government and the city authorities. We also have recommendation to UNHCR, NGOs, and other refugee-serving agencies. And also, we have recommendation to the private sector. They play a very important role, and we are happy that they are here with us today. Maybe at this point, I would also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Heud, who is from KEPSA. He joined us later. And also recommendations to bilateral and multilateral donors. What do we recommend to them in terms of what steps do we want them to take for us to be able to ensure that there is a decent work environment for refugees? So briefly, as an introduction, we are stressing on the issue of access to decent work for urban refugees. And the reason why we are saying so is that because urban refugees are expected to be self-reliant. Once they come to the cities, they may not get all the support that you see refugees in the camps accessing those kind of support. So there is no direct humanitarian support for refugees who are in the urban areas. And the only way for them to have that to live a dignified life is for them to be able to access the opportunities
that gives them some form of decent work, so that they would be able to earn a living and to be able to stay comfortably within the cities that they have occupied. This morning we were challenged, and I would also want to challenge you further, that in the worst case scenario, that we don't want that worst case to maybe encounter us, that you find yourself as a refugee, us who are in this room. Where are you going to be in the country that you go and seek refuge? Most likely, you will not stay in the camps. You may want to go to any of the cities that is close to where you are seeking refuge. So today, as we discuss and we agree on some of the strategies that we need to put in place to ensure that refugees access decent work opportunities, I want you to think about yourself as a refugee in the near future. So that as you make commitments, or as you commit that this is the steps that we want to do, you are making it for yourself. That in case you find yourself as a refugee, most likely you'll stay in an urban area setting, and there are some things that you will require that particular country that is hosting you to provide you at the basic minimum for you to be able to continue with your life. So that is why we are stressing on the element of urban refugees, because they are not getting that kind of support that the camp-based refugees are getting. And that is why we are seeing there is a strong need for the urban refugees to be able to access decent work opportunities. Next. So this is just in brief about Rebuild, which to contextualize the experience that we got so that we develop this policy brief. So our program works is in 3 pillars. I know our project director had explained in the morning, so I'm just touching briefly on that. We have the first one being the service delivery pillar, which is offering livelihood services for refugees. And here we are doing vocational training. We offer them opportunities through to be able to access some business opportunities. We offer them also, we link them with employers. We also do the recognition of prior learning. We also help them in issues of certificate accreditation. All that is geared towards ensuring that they become self-reliant. Because if we encounter a refugee and we realize that for him or her to be able to access opportunities, she needs documents or certificates to be accredited, then we support them through that process for them to be able to earn a decent living. The second pillar that we are having is evidence and learning. In evidence and learning, we are trying to generate more learnings, more evidence on what strategies that we need to put in place for refugees to be able to become more self-reliant. And here we have RCT, we do randomized control trials, we do some research on various interventions that if we carry out on refugees, which one will be able to maybe support them or help them to access self-reliance in a better way. Then the third pillar is influence and adoption. Influence and adoption is where we use the lessons from service delivery and also the lessons from evidence and learning, and we package those lessons to influence policies and also influence practices and share the experience. This is the pillar that is the main basis why we are here today, because we want to share with you experiences that we have gathered from implementing Rebuild project for the last 2.5 years. We want also to share with you from the perspective of decent work. What are the refugees themselves saying? What are the employers saying? What is government telling us about what we need to do for them to be able to provide those more opportunities for refugees? So basically, those 3 pillars is in a nutshell what we do in Rebuild. Next. So I would go straight to the key issues limiting access to decent work for refugees. And as I had earlier pointed out, this one was as a result of consultation that we have had with various actors, including refugees themselves. And also looking at some of the documents that already exist and trying to counter those documents to have a discussion with various agencies. In Kampala, we were able to speak with government officers, UNHCR in Kampala, ILO office in Kampala, all those actors that are in the space of decent work. We had discussion with them just to get their perspective in terms of what is their view and what do we need to do for refugees who are in the urban areas to be able to access more opportunities. In Kenya, the same. We talked with various actors, including even the private sector. We talked with refugees themselves. We talked with government officers. We had this kind of discussion just to see what do we need to do. And that is what we packaged to come out in form of this document. So what we were told, the first thing that is limiting refugees to access decent work opportunities is attitudes and perception. And this one is from the two, it is from either the potential employers or even the refugees themselves. I know maybe in the course of next year, we will also be coming up with another, maybe a form of campaign, just to look at the attitudes of refugees themselves. Because there is something that has come out very strongly on the issues of self-reliance versus relocation. Some refugees would want to remain a little bit vulnerable for the purpose of accessing opportunities for them to be able to be relocated. And this one, we got an example when you want to support a refugee to access business permit. They may want to know to legalize that kind of business, because if they are seen to be stable, doing their business well, they have a business permit, they have a website for their business, that will limit their chances of their ultimate resettlement. So we are looking at that aspect, relocation versus resettlement. So that attitude from refugees themselves, and also attitude from the potential employers. The other one, despite all this information that we have been trying to share, the agencies that are there talking to refugees, we have also realized one of the other limiting factors for refugees to access potential employment opportunities is awareness. They are still not very aware that they could be able to get employment. Even employers themselves, when we talk with them, they tell us, is that something that is possible? Can I be able to employ a refugee? So what we are trying to do is to give them example of successful refugees who have been employed elsewhere. They are doing well. This one you can employ a refugee. In Kampala, we have refugees who are employed, and they became even the source of more business for those organizations. There is an organization that they shared with us that they employed a refugee in a company that they make soaps in Kampala. And that refugee was able to link them to a market in DRC. And when we were having a private sector roundtable in Kampala, they were telling us this morning we had a lorry load of soaps that were heading to DRC. So we tell the private sector actors that if you employ a refugee, he may ultimately become the reason why you will open a branch in the country of origin of that particular refugee. So that information is not there, and one of the limiting factors is information to the refugees and also to the potential employers. The other one is the issues of skill certificates. Refugees could be having their certificates from their own countries. We have seen cases where refugees come with the certificates, but now when they want to equate to the country that they are in, it becomes a serious challenge. And we have seen, and I am sure we'll be sharing also on our experience in skill certifications in Kampala and Nairobi, we have seen that there is also the element of cost that is associated with trying to certify or to accredit qualifications from the other country to now where the refugees are. So that cost sometimes becomes prohibitive. And we have seen in cases where refugees come or they become refugees for political reason, there are requirements that sometimes they need their certificates to be accredited, or they must get some signatures from their embassies. And if they go back to the embassies, it's like they are reporting themselves that we are here. So that becomes also a challenge. We have seen refugees who came from their country as judges in where they were. But when they are now in the refugee status, they cannot even be able to access even a legal clerk position in the country that they are in. So those are because of that kind of accreditation of certificate. So that is one of the challenge or the barriers that inhibit refugees from accessing decent work. The other one is limited representation and networking opportunities for refugees. They may not have these kind of networks. And I'm happy we have our brothers from the trade union here, because refugees would want to be members of the trade union, so that when they become members of the trade union, then the trade union itself will be able to advocate on behalf of them. They will not be seen as refugees, but they will be seen as members of those particular trade unions. We are already trying to put some efforts in Kampala, trying to make sure that refugees become members of the trade unions. In Nairobi here, efforts trying to make sure that refugees become members of even market association, so that if there is any market stalls that are being allocated by the city authority of Nairobi, it is allocated to the members, but not very specific that we have a refugee within that. So that if they say we are allocating 20 slots for the members of the market association, then it will be the responsibility of the market association to allocate to its members, who some of them includes refugees. So that is a challenge that refugees have. They would want to be members of this association. They want to be members of trade unions. They want to be members even of Chamber of Commerce. In Kampala, there are those efforts. In Nairobi, we are also trying to do that effort. That we have refugees who are members of the Trade Chamber of Commerce. We have refugees who are members of Federation of Small and Medium Enterprise. So that through those membership, the refugee status does not come out very clearly pronounced. But we were challenged by the Chamber of Commerce in Kampala when they were telling us, why are you telling us that these are refugees? Why don't you just present them as potential members? They are saying profiling them as refugees is also part of you trying to discriminate them. Just come with the details and tell us these are members of the association. We don't want to know. But that applies to Kampala, where this morning we were told about the progressive and the restrictive thing. And you know, I was seated there and I remember a document that I wrote some few weeks ago, and I think I used the same. I started with Kenya as a restrictive. Then I was trying to do self-evaluation and I realized somebody is talking about me here. So that kind of representation in networks is a barrier to refugees. The other one is language barriers. We ignore that, but it is very important. We sometimes tend to think that English or Swahili is you know, when you meet somebody who cannot speak English or Swahili, you wonder, what does this guy or lady know? But now, if we use that, that becomes a barrier, because sometimes they would want, like we were told in Kampala in the labor office, that we rarely have refugees coming to present their issues. But they say they had an example of some refugees who came, and when they were here, they were not able to communicate effectively. You know, and those labor officers could be very busy, so they see them as a bother. They are trying to communicate something, but the language is a problem. So when they have that language issue, they decide to withdraw, and they leave you from, maybe they don't want to pursue opportunities. And that also is common to refugees from the Somali origin. You know how they are very aggressive in businesses. And that tells you that language is not the basis of success. They can speak their own language and they do very well in business, but you would want them to speak English so that you can be able to maybe do some form of business together. So those are some of the challenges that are there. The other one is lack of skills, but that is being addressed by many NGOs or agencies who are operating in the refugee space. And the other one is over-reliance on humanitarian support, and I'm still stressing aspiration for resettlement. That is an issue that all of us need to put our heads together. We really want to see refugees being resettled, but that should not become the basis of them not coming out strongly to take the opportunities that are there within the hosting country. I don't know how we are going to balance that. But from this now, we developed some recommendations. So what we are recommending to Kenya government in this context, and Nairobi City Authority, is what was talked this morning. And she talked about documentation. And I know all the documents that we have ever written about refugees, that thing is there. So I think we need to start, I don't know at what point will we stop writing the book of lamentation and start writing the book of Psalms. For those who are Christians, they understand that. Because most of our documents is more on lamentation in terms of what is not possible, what is not possible. I think the moment we go to the next chapter of writing the book of Psalms, the possibilities, we will really move forward. So I really don't even want to explain on that. Government, the issue, streamline the speed and the process of getting refugee ID. That is, if they are able to get refugee ID very fast, then some of the challenges could be addressed. The other one is to implement and strengthen policies that grants refugee equal rights and protection. There are policies. We are not short of policies. When we are trying to look at the policies, employment laws, all those things, even the common market protocol, the issue of implementation is where the challenge is. Common market protocol provides for refugees who are within East Africa, there is some form of, you can be able to be employed within East Africa. And now if you look at the refugees that we have, most of them are from within East Africa, who are the members of East Africa community. When our leaders speak, they talk about integration of East Africa, not even Africa. We say it is possible for you, if you are an Ugandan, you can work in Kenya, you can work in DRC. But in practice now, we have refugees who are really vulnerable, and they come from those particular countries, and they cannot be able to access those opportunities. So the implementation of some of the commitments and some of the laws that we have. The other one is to reduce the cost of recognition and accreditation of refugee certificates. The cost cannot be, it is not very affordable for refugees. From our experience, it is not something that is very affordable for refugees, so there is need for government, and I'm happy that there are officers from even the qualification and the concerned officers here today, so maybe we need to really relook at that, the cost element of getting the certificates to be accredited or recognized. The other one is to strengthen partnership between refugee serving agencies, so that all of us, I like the way at one time we had a meeting on financial inclusion, and it reached a point where we said, now we will not be facing this thing differently, because today there is UNHCR having this forum, ILO having, IRC have a forum, and all the issues that we are discussing there are being discussed on the other side, So it reached a point, I think Caroline, you are part of that team that was saying, let's come together. So that now, because it's like we already know where the challenges are, so that we face as a team. So what we are requesting here is that kind of collaboration between agencies. The other recommendation that we have is for NGOs. The first one is to conduct comprehensive awareness campaign to employers and refugees themselves. Awareness is not there. The other one is to provide information on training of refugees themselves. We are also requesting that you facilitate the establishment of networkings and platform for mentorship programs that connect refugees with employers. Sometimes if you do the connection, it becomes magic. Like even what Amahoro are doing. Sometimes you can get in touch with Amahoro, they tell you we have these opportunities for refugees. Where are the refugees? If we don't share those kind of information, it may not be there. So we are calling on NGOs and agencies to be able to share those kind of information. I'll not touch so much on it because they are in this document. I just want to point top level so that it gives you the appetite to go and read it further. Then, as part of the recommendation, we also have recommendation for the private sector. And our brother from the private sector is here. This is directly what we are requesting the private sector to do. Number one, offer equitable, safe, and decent work opportunities for refugees alongside host community members. We have seen that where we are likely to get the fast or the quick wins is the private sector. It is very difficult for us to look for opportunities for refugees to be employed in government. I remember when we were carrying out the campaign on social protection, inclusion of refugees on social protection. We went to Kampala, and the first question that when we shared what we are trying to do, we want refugees to be able to access social protection measures, and the senior government officer that we met in Kampala told us, are you aware that we have not been able to have all our citizens on social protection issues? And he said, even if you are the father and you have food in the house, would you give to a neighbor's child, or you first make sure that your child is satisfied? Then now we started telling them from the other angle, we try to give that kind of thing. Also the same case applies in Nairobi. So looking for opportunities for refugees by government, that one becomes a tall order. If we achieve that, that will be a big achievement. But opportunities within the private sector, because they are a little bit flexible and they can really be able to see that it is possible to employ refugees. So the other one is to support refugees access work permit. This morning we were told about the role of the potential employer in terms of supporting refugees to access work permit. So we are appealing to the private sector to support refugees for them to be able to access work permit. The other one is to strengthen information sharing, and finally is to offer job training and apprenticeship opportunities. Because when you train them on job or you offer apprenticeship opportunities, they could be able to gain that kind of experience, and eventually they could be employed elsewhere. Because you would have given them that, even in their CV, they will be able to say, I worked in this particular private sector before looking for this other employer, rather than being directly from the country of origin to look for fresh employment. So if you cannot employ them, offer them some form of apprenticeship so that they could be able to learn. Finally, we have some recommendation for bilateral and multilateral donors. And I think the first one was made this morning by Caroline in terms of whether the budget that you offer to support incentive workers is restrictive from that part, because we also need to look at that. And I remember when we were carrying out this campaign, we were avoiding that, Caroline, so much. We knew that when we engage with an actor who knows the issues of incentive workers, they would be able to put us on a hard stop in the process of conversation, because they will tell us, begin from Jerusalem. You know where Jerusalem is? Begin from home, your home. They will tell us, do you know issues of incentive, and you gave a direct confrontation. You gave a direct task to Kotu to start asking us that. But we really like that, because that is part of seeking for the solutions. If you start asking us, what are these incentive workers? What does it entail? That question will be the beginning of us looking for the solutions. But don't do it tomorrow, do it maybe. So the other recommendation that we have for donors is to incentivize law and policy shift to enhance decent work for urban refugees through targeted funding and advocacy. So that if there are those who are offering decent work opportunities for refugees, then there is some form of incentives that they would be able to get. Not for long, but just for them to demonstrate that it is possible to employ a refugee. If you do that, then I think that will help us in terms of accessing decent work opportunities for refugees. So thank you so much. I will invite you to go through this document, and I'm also inviting you to become part of the advocates for inclusion of refugees, or refugees to be able to access decent work opportunities. And on this case, I would want to be a little bit biased, more on refugees who are in the urban areas. Once we settle the refugees in urban areas, we can now consider those who are in the camps. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johnston, for that presentation. When he was summing up, he was almost calling for an altar call of those who then want to be baptized in this particular journey. Having had on those particular experiences on what we have been able to gather during the process of implementation and discussion with various actors, in our midst are refugees, and therefore we want to hear those particular voices. What exactly are the challenges that they are actually finding in this particular journey? And what is the call for every one of us, as has been presented on those particular recommendations? There is a call for every one of us to be able to play their part in achieving decent work for refugees. And so I will welcome Gilbert he will introduce himself, a refugee from Congo, to give us perspectives in terms of aspects on decent work, what are the challenges that they are getting, and we will have another colleague before we move to the panel discussion. Karibu.
Can I just ask?
Yes.
Please, with your permission.
Yes.
I'm not asking for your permission.
Yes.
I want to be on this time.
Yes.
Just to mention very quickly, the issue of language barrier. It's the second time I hear it in the last 10 days or so. And we haven't looked at it. So it is very urgent for us. If you're talking about access to jobs and you just speak French, how do we expect that you're going to work, or you just speak Lingala? So I think that is really a call that we need to take very seriously. How we can partner. Let's not try to go and establish a language school wherever. That's the wrong one. That's what we are trying to get away from, isn't it? So let's see how we can partner with language providers to also see the areas where refugee live also as potential areas of business, and we can see how to support them. Two, quickly, is awareness. I would like to say we're just about to sign a contract, maybe today or tomorrow, with Filmmate. And most of you know Filmmate. And it's with the intention to create awareness amongst refugees on rights. Rights at work and rights across, but mostly on labor market access. Because refugees cannot be asking us, we are allowed to work after working in this country for so long. So that is an area, yes, it is a contract with the ILO, but we would like you to also be able to bring in your messaging into that platform that Filmmate is going to occupy. Thank you so much for
Thank you, Madam Caroline. My name is Gilbert Asukulu. I'm a refugee from DRC, also the Executive Director of Africana. Being here representing refugees, I'm happy that we are having this discussion this morning. Because I myself, being a director, I'm also restricted in kind of having some right. Having my refugee ID and also the CTD, conventional travel document, these two documents does not even give me a right to kind of access decent work or also any other opportunity like a Kenyan or an ordinary Kenyan. All refugees, might be those in the camps and those in urban, all of us are restricted with this. Now, working at L'Africana, we skill people. We give our client an opportunity through vocational training to at least acquire some skills and also prepare them through apprenticeship and also linkage to some private sectors so that they may at least be hired or employed. But this kind of employment they get are not decent employment because they are definitely restricted of their right as employees opposed to local host Kenyans. Let me say this. My own father, when we were still back home, used to be a professional in the same sector, humanitarian sector. He worked all across Central African countries. He even acquired his master's degree in Paris, France. He toured many countries in the world. But when we came to Kenya, with only this status, acquiring status, this status of refugees, definitely everything was shuttered down for him. My father passed away. He died out of depression. Just because of lack of decent work. Marriages, families have been broken. People have been scattered. Refugees are totally confused. You would see, I was talking to my friend here from Kakuma. He's from Kakuma, born there in 1997. He's here, but crying, saying that I'm tired of this. I've been hearing this over and over and over again. But we are still going round and round, but little is being done. The same, what Madam Caroline just highlighted here. I went through the refugee bill. Little is being presented in that document. We cannot rely on that to change the course. We cannot rely on what is in that document. Definitely. There is lack of goodwill. Let me say that. Lack of goodwill by not only Kenyan government, African government. Look at me. Am I different from Aluo here? Am I different from you? No. Right? We are all Africans, human. In fact, the other day I visited Kisumu and then I saw some Luo speaking Lingala and then I was kind of confused. Am I really a Congolese or is the one a Congolese? I went to Mombasa and then people singing in Lingala songs even I don't even know. And yet I'm a Congolese. So we are one people. We are one people. And why having all these restrictions? It's so painful to see that we're having refugees who've been in Kenya for 35 years, in the camps, unproductive, doing nothing. Are these people really, anyway, how would we have a generation and generation being locked in refugee camps for 40 years, doing nothing, and then expecting that you are having human? Are they human really? They are not human. They are not human. We consider ourselves just like half human. I'm here, a director. I've been in Kenya for 22 years. 22 years. But I feel like I'm still the same. The same with all these limitations. The same. Nothing has changed. There is a lot which I cannot do in this country. And anyway, I had my brother Johnston speaking about aspiration of a settlement. That is just because there is no choice. Which other choice is there? It's so shameful that a European accept refugees and gives them at least a space. Refugees who are black like you, but they are accommodating them, right? But right here at the corner with my brothers, Jaluo, Kikuyu, Kamba, we speak even, kind of same language, but we are being discriminated. Last year we buried one of our own fellow refugee in Kawangware who committed suicide because he said that he left, a kind of message down there saying that I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired. And then he committed suicide. At Kawangware. My late father, up until today, he has still mourned that great man. Because in my home country, he was such a great man, celebrated. But just because of that status of refugee status, he succumbed. So many experiences are so very painful to hear. My colleague, my fellow refugees are here. They can attest to what we go through. Now, if it's difficult for such a person like me, a director, and what about that refugee who is in the camp? And others who are just down there, frustrated, and then knowing nothing to do. We are just like lambs or sheep with no shepherd. Definitely, we feel like that. Now, my recommendation in terms of decent work is that time has come for all the stakeholders. COTU is here, the Ministry for Labor is here, the government is here. Kindly, just hold our hand and support refugees. As South Africana, I have 22 employees, whom 11 are Kenyans. Just imagine. We started South Africana, it was just out of choice. We cannot get employment in Kenya. So we had to have this approach where let's use what we have to empower ourselves, fellow refugees, and other vulnerable host Kenyans. Using that approach, yes, it worked. Since 2013, Africana started growing up until when we started employing even Kenyans. As per now, 11 Kenyans, as we speak, are at our offices working and they get their pay. Imagine refugees employing host Kenyans. So how many Gilberts do we have among refugees who can employ Kenyans? That's why I do not blame Kenya. Kenyans are very good people. I normally say that Kenyans are very good people. But the system, because I remember when we came to Kenya, there are Kenyans who sheltered us. They gave us some space to stay. They could even give us food to eat because they were happy seeing at least a Congolese is there. But what about the system? So anyway, I would like to call upon the government at least to act, because we will definitely be blaming refugees on insecurity, ABCD, but they are not the cause of all that. They have no other choice. Thank you very much for giving me this time, and then I think that my fellow refugees, if they would have be given at least a chance to speak, they would speak more than I. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Gilbert. If the earlier speakers appeal to our hearts, to our minds, then Gilbert has appealed to our hearts. And I think what Montasir said in the morning, that we have tons of evidence that refugees, when empowered, can be able to create opportunities even for Kenyans. And this is just an example that we need to do. Speaking eloquently, it also speaks to what Caroline asked us, but then how are we doing in terms of the language barriers so that we can be able to open more opportunities for refugees. It's good, it's worth noting that we're also engaging FilmAid in terms of trying to publicize this particular information. We have another refugee voice. We have Mohamed Hassan from the Desert Freelancing Agency. He'll also come and share with us perspectives and challenges in accessing decent work. Welcome, Mohamed.
Hello everyone, hope I'm audible. Okay, my name is Muhammad Umar Hassan. I'm from Dadaab and I'm a digital guy. And 8 years ago, I wasn't know how to say art in computer. And at the moment, I'm the founder of Desert Freelance Agency. And what we teach to our fellow refugees is something related to digital. So most of you may not believe a refugee can be a digital marketer, a refugee can be a graphic designer who design. Better than this, a refugee can be a web developer. If you guys look at our website, it was designed by a refugee whom we trained. All activities that we do, it was done by a refugee in the digital. I work as an incentive worker for UNHCR back years ago. I work with them as an incentive where I was earning $90. Where I was earning $90. But at the moment in the digital gig, especially from Upwork, Viva, Prozee, and all other platforms, including LinkedIn, which are source of income for our company. All those things we are doing change my life and also our fellow refugees who are at the moment not working as incentive but working from home as an interpreter, as a digital marketer, as a translator, as graphic designer, and many other things that wouldn't come even in your mind that a refugee can do. And they are doing that one because of the free internet that we are giving them as a desert. They are coming to our co-working space where they use our internet so that they do as a source of income. And they use our little computers that we have there. And all those do not have the donation from any NGO, because as a refugee, when you have a refugee lead organization, most of the organizations will suspect to be partnered with you because they are assuming you are a refugee and they limit you. And that's why we came up with that hashtag of no limit. So challenges are very many that as a refugee facing, but I think everything has been said, so I wouldn't go back. Legal barriers, I wouldn't talk, it has been said, but I have a presentation, so I can share with you guys. I come even my computer, but due to 10 minutes, it will not be possible to say everything from the presentation, but I'm sure 100% I will share with anyone who is interested. So legal barrier, I wouldn't talk. Salary remuneration disputes, I wouldn't talk. Because if you, those who are working with digital things, wow. Those who we train, all of them, if at the moment, they are not doing incentive. They are not depending with the aid from the organizations. You see a refugee guy who is half a degree or master, but with his fellow Kenyans, maybe he's working $900 or more than that. For him, it is $80 or $90. You see. But if they train this and we train them, then they can do more than that in the online field. You see. So I wouldn't talk to one also much. And the other thing is lack of professional certification. That is the main challenge we face. Even if we train our people on the DAB or in Kakuma, or even nowadays we started training via Zoom. So that even if somebody is doing incentive work, we can train him still via Zoom, based on his or her availability. But if you look at the issue that we are facing when you give the person a skill, you know, one thing that Africa is different from the rest of the world. All the world is value skill. Where most of the clients that we work in our website, you can see it, like Amazon or others, or other clients from Awag or Viva or Brosi or Linglin, if they suspect about your skill, what they normally do is they will give you a test, and that test is not free, but it is paid test. And when they like how you have done, maybe baby translation or gravidence, something like that, then they can give you the full project, you see. So that's why I normally say, when we are training them, I normally say to them, there's nothing called free test, but paid test. So always ask your clients about, they give you at least something, and if they like it. That's why we do film captioning for organizations like Filmite, because most of the people who are living in the DAP are Somalis, so if the films are Somali, no one will understand them. It is ours who do the captioning or subtitling, whatever you call it, just like Netflix. So certification is the issue. For instance, ATA means American Translation Association. We became a certified translator, we can't do that one. And as since even those who are also training with me with the refugees, what we are giving them is, you know, no one is paying us. We are sacrificing our time to give them. That's why I talk to my fellow guys and normally say to them, you know, just sacrifice even 1 hour of your time, share with your knowledge, what works for you and what didn't work, then so that others can learn. That's why we are giving free training, mentorship, all those things. But we cannot give them certification like ATA or other certifications, and certifications are very money. For instance, if you're an interpreter, there is a lot of certifications, translations, there are also a lot of certifications like ATA, certified medical interpreter in case you want to be a medical interpreter, graphic designs, they have certification, all those they have certification. And that is where the world value. But in Africa, maybe they will ask you, do you have a high school certificate? And as we all aware, most of the refugees are not well educated. But for those even who completed, who have a degree or master, or who have higher school certificate like a KCSC, are working with incentive rate, then it is not motivation to others, you see. It will be difficult for them. Then others may, that's why more people who do have a degree or master, who is working with incentive as a teacher or maybe as a medical interpreter or somewhere with 90 or 80 USD. Yet he, whom they complete with the same university, like let us take as a, for example, for Monte University or Nairobi University, something like that, who is earning maybe 1,000 USD or more than that. And that drop out of school, all those, because people are lacking motivation. Because they will say, you have a degree. How will that degree help you? You see. So give them that chance of training for them to these digital things, all those things. Then the main challenge they are with that is the certification. Because, for instance, one certification costs, like ATA or those, if you Google at 500 USD, this that cannot afford, because we are sacrificing our time and all those. So, you see, if one student, so far we have trained 400, how do you think, can we afford that one? It's not, then we will collapse, you see. That's why even we decided, you know, when we train them, for us to get the data, the office, all those, what we normally do is, for the rent of all those, electricity, all those, what we normally do is, you know, we give them any work they do for us. So as we apply jobs and they apply all those from a work or whatever, you know, platform is normally judged with 20%. But there's another challenge that, you know, if the platform judging you 20% and us, we are judging them 15%, that is 35% of their earning for us to sustain the program. Now, this government of Ruto, I don't know who shared with them, but they started, you know, judging digital. So it is 16%. So if Outback is judging you something, if the government of Kenya is judging you again, then how will people have more motivation on this? You see. So 16% is a lot. So I urge, you know, government of Kenya, if they could say it, maybe these are people who are coming, Islamists, maybe we can reduce their rate, maybe something like that could be better. You know, we were having difficulty with the account suspension, all those things. But how did we sort out, you know? With the help of God and with the help of international trust, we communicated with our work, CO, and we told them that, you know, these are people who are refugees, do not have, you know, an ID, but they have an airline that will expire. So the best way you can do is, for those of you who maybe work for UN, or for those of you who work for, who once became a refugee, maybe can understand, UN normally give people proof sheet. Then we told them that, you know, proof sheet, since it doesn't have, you know, expired date, consider the proof sheet, and that's how they accept it. But at the beginning of 2018, the high rate of suspending refugees from the online was too high. But when we share our feedback and they accept it, but we do not have that market, you know, all the time to talk unless we partner with NGO or we said, you know, support us on this. That's why we normally said, you know, network is it. Your network is your network. So my recommendation for, I think, recommendation on this, recommendation number one, I could set professional of legal document for refugees. Refugees should be paid at the same with Kenyans and should be taxed. For instance, if I'm earning 700 USD and they tax me, maybe I will get roughly of 500 USD or maybe 600 USD, something like that, which will be win-win for the Kenyan government and also for me, rather than me having degree or me having master, earning incentive rate with 90 USD or 80 USD. You see, even it will be more disappointment for others who are interested to learn because they see somebody who is earning incentive rate. So they will say, you know, you come from Kenyatta University with incentive, so why should I go? Why should I bother learning? You see. The other recommendation I could say is refugees should be asked, you know, what they want. You know, one thing that I've observed is, you know, most NGOs, we are training refugees, we are giving this, but it's not something that's coming from the refugees, you see. Because one of the key challenges that we are facing is, you know, absence of refugee participation in design and implementation of projects. That is the main factor that NGOs are lacking. Because any program that they are doing, they are not including refugees. They are not asking refugees what they want, you see. So if not my passion to, you know, like at the moment, let us say we are in digital world. You see, we are in digital world. That's, and I'm sure 100%, you know, in our time in school, is maybe we used to say, you know, a teacher normally gives you 25%. But this digital era, I'm sure 100%, a teacher will only give you 10%. And this is the early stage that we can bring more computers to refugees so that they understand, you see, how computer work, all those things. So we are in digital era. Other recommendation I could give is, you know, considering refugee organizations. Most NGOs fear to partner with refugees, or they may not trust refugees. But, you know, if a refugee person saw his fellow refugee who is training him in a class, one, language barrier will not be there. You see. Two, it will be motivation for them. You know, if Muhammad is teaching them on how digital things is working, how he can become a programmer, how he can become a graphic designer. Abdi or Ali or John is teaching them how he or she can become web developer or something like that. Or he can show him or her, you know, the website he designed it for Amazon or maybe another organization or somewhere. Then it is motivation to them compared to hiring someone from Nairobi and bringing him back in the DAP to teach a culture that's different from him, a people that's different from him. Maybe he's speaking Swahili and refugees maybe have a problem with Swahili, you see. So my conclusion on this is, you know, for NGOs, for everyone, let us try to focus more on teaching people how they can fish like desert freelancing agency, rather than giving them fish. You see, like mine, when I was joining this digital 8 years ago, that's why I normally said, you know, when I meet these refugees or anyone, I normally say that, you know, we're in digital era, you can learn everything from YouTube, and that's why I normally call YouTube local university, according to me, because we cannot access getting university as a refugees, or we cannot pay to avoid. But YouTube, you can learn anything that you want, and that's why I normally say it's local university. with the help of having computer and internet or cell phone. Doing note taking, all those things, then you can do programming, anything that you want, that you have a passion. So let us try to be partner with refugee organization. Secondly, let us stop, giving fish to the refugees, but let us try and change our mindset and giving them how they can fish, so that they become a resilience for themselves, you see, so that they can change their life, Let's all try to do that one. I really appreciate for my colleague from UN who invited for me this meeting. He invited me late on Sunday, but if they could invite me earlier, I could think more about the topic. So I appreciate everyone, and thank you for listening to me. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think the message resonates that refugees are not looking for help, they're looking for opportunities. And how then can we be able to create these particular opportunities for refugees? I think where we have entrances, as the conversation has had in the morning, we are seeing that in the digital space we have more opportunities. So the question would be, how then do we partner to make sure that we train a majority as possible in this particular space where they can be self-employment. I know there is a digital community of practice, and as Mohammed has called, how can we then be able to include refugees both in the design of the program but also in implementation of the programs? A refugee discussion, I was in a session last week, and they said the refugee discussion where refugees are not on board, then it's not a refugee discussion. So thank you very much, Gilbert and Mohammed, for those sentiments. We began 45 minutes late, and so it is consistent with where we are. But then we need to move to the next stage, where we want to hear various panelists. Out of what has been said this morning, what exactly is the commitments that we are making? What is that particular information that you still have that we didn't have here? What are the way forwards that we can be able to engage in the coming days? As every speaker has called, that this does not need to be a single conversation, but we need to have various conversations towards this, pushing towards the realization. And so I'm going to request for help here. We're going to have a panel discussion, bringing various actors with us here. And so our first panelist is going to be from FKE, and Stephen Obiro has graciously accepted to be on the panel on behalf of FKE. From KEPSA, we're going to have Dr. Heywood Gashugu. Then we're also going to have from the Department of Refugee Services, Madam Mercy Baya. We're going to have Gilbert Muller. And to take us through this particular session, it's going to be Linda from Ado.
Thank you. Since this morning we've been discussing about decent work, And we are all in agreement is that now that refugees also should access decent work and our labor markets in Kenya. This panel is going to delve further into this conversation, and I will go straight to welcoming the panelists, and I request that you introduce yourself, but also briefly tell us about the role of your organization in promoting access to decent work by refugees. Thank you, and we start with you, DRS, yes.
Thank you. I'm Mercy Baya, again, and I work for DRS, Department of Refugee Services.
Kindly speak.
Sorry, I work for Department of Refugee Services. As I mentioned earlier, some of the core mandates of the department is to register and issue documentation. And I think we've had this over and over, documents. I'll go back to, we are aware that we've been hosting refugees in Kenya for more than 30 years. And the Refugee Act 2006 never foresaw that 30 years later, Kenya will be hosting refugees. And therefore, it did not cater for all the challenges that we have today. So, and of course, this now led to the Refugee Act 2021, which of course mandates us to do everything that we do. And as one of the main issues and concerns that have been raised on access to work, employment, and everything else on decent work, documentation is key. Yeah. As a department, what we have done so far, of course, the new act, and also I'll assure that this government is really supportive on ensuring that refugees are self-reliant. There's the introduction of the Marshall Plan as well. And the Marshall Plan, so the refugee ID card has been, there are changes in it. Usually the ID will expire for 5 years. I mean, then the number will change. The refugee ID number will change. This made it difficult for refugees to access. You know, probably had a driving license or something else, or a bank account, and then after 5 years you want to, you know, you renew the ID and the number changes. You know, it makes it difficult for someone to. So there's the maintenance of the refugee ID number, which is currently, you know, happening. And also we have really partnered with the different government agencies, especially in recognition of prior learning. We are part of that secretariat that handles that. And this has currently ensured we have a doctor in Kayole, for example, who through that is able to practice his medical in Kenya and others. Yes. So I think
Thank you, Mercy, for your initial remarks and the role of DRS in ensuring access to decent work for refugees. I'll go to you, Stephen, from FKE. What do you see as the role of FKE in this?
Thank you. First, the Federation of Kenya Employers is an association of employers. So when we talk about employment, we need the refugees to access employment. Actually, we are the association of those enterprises. And our role is, one is on advocacy. Advocacy where we are looking at the policy. For us to, we don't ask somebody if you come to the workplace or if you are looking for employment, we don't ask you if you are a refugee or not. What we ask is those documents that government requires us to have to identify you. Because once we employ you, if you are employed, you are entering into a contract. Now, can that refugee ID card allow you to enter into an employment contract? That's where we have to start, because that is required in the law. We have to be able to identify, and so it still goes back to the government and the different departments in government about recognizing the basic document for identification.
and allowing that document to be the basis of all transactions, access to service, and entering into a contract. Because if that happens, then we'll have no challenge. If you can demonstrate you have this skill, and it is what we need. And that's why we have been at the forefront in pushing for recognition of prior learning, because we realize that we have people who have skills, but they don't have a document that shows that I have this kind of skills. So what do? We started engaging through the Ministry of Labor, through NITA, and if you know, the National Industrial Training Authority is our a fund that we, the employers, are paying to. We engaged with the Kenya National Qualification Framework and said, we can't continue assuming people do not, a person does not have a skill just because he doesn't have a certificate. Can we have a way where the person, if you claim you have a certain skill, you can do a certain thing, then we are able to recognize what you're doing, give the person a certificate that he can use to access workplace. Actually, for us in the private sector, in the labor sector, would be even happy for a refugee not to be required to look for a work permit. You've been born in Kenya for the last 20 years. You've gone to schools in one way or in Kenya. You need to be allowed to access employment in your neighborhood. So the whole thing about even the work permits, employers start looking for work permits for refugees. I think the conversation need to go, do we really need the refugees to have a work permit to work when we have already recognized them in the category that they are refugees? We just need to be able to allow them that you should be able to access employment just as other normal citizens, where your skills can be productive. I think for us that is the scenario where we need and what we really desire. Now the next, the other role that we play as the Federation of Kenya Employers, we are at the center of the labor policy. The laws that are made in a tripartite, in an ideal situation, they're supposed to be made in a tripartite forum where we have the employers, we have the workers, and we have the government on the table, and we discuss and we agree that this is what is good for our economy. So we represent the employers on that. The other role that we play is to inform to educate our members, the employers, on how they can open up their workplaces for the refugees. And as I said, when you go to a workplace, rarely will somebody ask you, are you a refugee or you are a Kenyan? That is, the government is the one actually that looks at you as a refugee or a Kenyan. We will look at you as somebody who can be productive in the workplace. Now, we also promote the acceptable conditions of work and fair labor practices and the international labor standards in the employment in Kenya. And that one, what we teach and we promote in our members is that as long as you have an employment contract with somebody, you have to adhere to the labor laws and the labor policy. So there is no discrimination that if you are paying somebody salary, if you pay Stephen 10,000, then John, who is a refugee, you pay him 8,000. We hold a principle that says if you are doing the same work, then the pay should be the same. If you are doing the work of certain value and another person is doing the same, you should get the same pay. It doesn't matter whether you're a refugee or you're a Kenyan, the pay should be the same. And that's part of the things that we stand for and we are promoting. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And again, thank you for emphasizing really and unpacking the Employment Act that gives us all equal opportunity to participate in the labor markets. Our brother from Kotu, do you see a role for Kotu in promoting decent work for refugees?
Yes, first of all, Kotu
is just an umbrella of trade unions, where we have other sectors unions that represent different workers. So our role maybe in promoting this decent worker issue, as we look at the employers also, like when employers have employed people. So these employers are the ones we are encouraging. We always encourage them not to discriminate anyone, because as we believe every employee is equal to each other. So we encourage the employers to avoid those discrimination. Then we also depend on the government systems, like when we are registering someone, an employee, to the union, we look at the personal details, like the ID. You see, now when we are registering an employee and those issues of IDs arise, it becomes a challenge. So we are also looking at modalities on how we can work on that, issues of identification. I have seen that one is the major issue. Yeah.
Thank you very much for speaking to the services of the trade unions and the freedom to unionize, actually, the freedom to associate, which is part of the labor rights that we are discussing. Dr. Ehud.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so let me start by saying that during coffee break, I had a very interesting conversation with Carol, and Carol kept checking on me and looking at me and asking, "You seem to be snooping into this space a little bit more than I know you. What's really exciting you in this space?" But I didn't answer that question because I wanted to tell Carol, private sector follows business, and so where there's good business, you will always find private sector there. So we're in this space because we do believe that a refugee and working with refugees in all spaces is good business for the private sector. Let me clarify that and say, as Kenya Private Sector Alliance, being the apex body of business membership organization in the country, we work with various businesses and associations, whether sectoral, national or international, to try and look at ways in which we can promote enabling business environment in the country. And part of enabling business in the country is to advance economic development, which is key for everyone, and even for job creation and promotion of enterprise. And so there has been a conversation around what is then the bottom line impact of multiplying profits and leaving people behind. And so the shift towards inclusion, diversity, ESG, means that businesses are becoming more inclusive, and the performances of businesses not largely on profit. It's actually how you're impacting on people. And so as Kenya Private Sector Alliance, we deliberately decided to be intentional about our inclusion agenda. We have a couple of flagships that we do, but one of the flagships that we're doing, and which I personally lead, is the youth employment work. And in this piece, we have 5 key domains that we are intervening. One is on digital economy, and so we have a couple of interventions on digital economy. We are supporting government in implementation of one of the largest digital works program in the country. We also have a couple of other partnerships that we are running with leading technology companies in the country to spur market skills and opportunities for. The second element is on the TVET and skills development, which we believe it's a growing and it's a huge opportunity for us to intervene as private sector by just informing the market what exactly is required by businesses for us to be effective in all our policy work, as well as the training element. We also are in entrepreneurship because businesses are the best teacher for enterprise. And we cannot leave private sector behind when you're talking about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is never taught in class. It is more taught in the trenches. And one of the aspirations is that we develop a program that is relevant to young people who want to start business. The other element which you've talked at large, and I really like what Geoffrey was presenting here, is around employment services, because really intermediation work plays a critical role in bridging the gap for young people who otherwise are challenged in terms of their transition journey. And lastly is the work on policy and research, which Stevie has mentioned, that we collaborate a lot in terms of putting frameworks that then encourage inclusion, but also services sufficient data for policy and also practice. Then why refugee? In our context, starting this year, we became very deliberate about putting ourselves as core and a matrix to perform our inclusion agenda. One of the metrics is how we're including refugee work. So in my targets for jobs, I have a KPI on refugee inclusion. So where conversations like these ones are happening, then they are very important for us to see how then do we collaborate with the people working in the ecosystem to try and move that needle. Of course, there are other elements of inclusion, but of course, at this point, ours is also to learn a little bit more what's happening in the ecosystem, what are the key issues that the private sector can work on, and I'm sure that within this conversation, I'll share a little bit of what we are doing in that space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and welcome on board in this conversation as we seek solutions to refugee inclusion. I come back to you, my sister, Mercy. And it's because documentation has been mentioned severally as a major barrier to refugee inclusion and to access to decent work. What's the progress in addressing this issue, and what steps has the government and DRS taken so far to address the documentation issue?
Thank you. The main step that we've started is gazettement of the refugee ID. It was clear that the refugee ID had not been gazetted. I think this is the reason why most government agencies or even private, they'll tell you, are you supposed to use this? So that's the first step that we've done. It's already out of our department. We forwarded it to the PS, so we are waiting for the cabinet memo and then the process to be completed, because I think there are other documents as well which were supposed to be gazetted. So at least that now we know very soon we'll have this gazetted. Also, there are discussions to include the refugee ID on the e-citizen portal. We know now most of the government services have moved to online, yeah? So, and the refugee ID is not provided for. So that's also something that we are working towards to ensure that it's included. And also I think we are happy. We had a forum with the county government of Nairobi, who already have included refugees on their online applications, where the refugee ID is provided for. So all people who want to access county services are able to do that online. So we hope to take this conversation to other counties in the urbans who host refugees as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy, and we will be following keenly to see how this goes. But just a follow-up question. What does gazettement of the ID mean? What will happen after the gazettement?
So after the gazettement, as the foreigner's ID, because remember now the new act provides that the refugee ID will have the same rights as the foreigner's ID. So it's officially gazetted as a legal now document for refugees. Definitely all the rights that the foreigner's ID holds, refugees will be able to do everything, yeah, with that ID.
Thank you.
Including the work permits, the KRA, all the applications, yeah.
Thank you, and that sounds like the day we will have one big party to celebrate, because it will unlock many services for refugees. Coming to you, Stephen, how can FKE actively promote and facilitate access to decent work for refugees alongside the Kenyan host community?
In 2018, as I alluded in my earlier statement, we did a survey, and the survey was looking at where is the work of the refugees and the host communities, and we realized that most of that work is in the informal sector. That's where the work is happening. So, and the second thing is that most of the people who are working are actually entrepreneurs in businesses. Very few are in pure, what we can call pure employment in those informal sectors, but a number are just starting their own businesses, ventures, and all that. So where should we start? We should start on how do we support these businesses to become productive to a level that they can now afford certain level of standards that are required. An example is, let me talk about the minimum wage. Now, when you look at the minimum wage and the informal sector, the challenge is not that there is no willingness for people to pay the minimum wage. There are a few who can afford, one or two informal big enterprises. We know we went to a certain refugee camp. We got somebody who was transacting in millions in a day, a business, and he's a refugee. The family lives outside the country, and he says, no, let me just continue with my being a refugee here, because now this is where my business is. Unless I'm recognized, now I'll just continue to operate. And he supports the family abroad from the same business. That is an outlier. That is not a reflection of the majority of the businesses. Many of the businesses there are small businesses, micro businesses that cannot afford a certain level of salaries. So what do? We look at what are the things that these businesses need. One is skills. Top on the table, skills. Skills, whether you are in the digital space, you are in the small manufacturing space, you are doing your manufacturing your soap in your house, or you are in trading. Skills becomes very important if you want to move people to the decent work, because with higher level of skills, they are able to improve the quality of the products and the quality of the services. And the second thing is to help them with the market access. Because if you are producing just products for your neighbors, let me say perhaps you are in the furniture making, and you're producing beds for your neighbors. How many beds do your neighbors require in a year? So if that is your primary and the only targeted market, at a certain point, it becomes saturated. And when it is saturated, so you will have your bed, but you cannot sell it. And because you can't sell it, you cannot be able to afford to invest in the decent work. So market access becomes very important. And that's why I talked about two things. Actually, three things. One was that we need to have a conversation of how we can integrate the refugee businesses in the supply chains of established businesses, so that the products that are being made, they're part of the greater will of the big businesses that is happening. Then that way, you have already given them access to market. The second thing I talked about is passing of standards. We have to have a deliberate way of documenting the standards that are required for certain markets. We see the opportunities we have, and be able to work with either our local trainers or local businesses, or even do the apprenticeships to ensure that these standards are passed. Because when you pass the standards, then you are improving the quality of the products that are there. And that becomes very important in ensuring that the decent work agenda happens. Then the third thing, when you look at the market access, is to leverage on the regional frameworks that we have. The whole continent is talking about African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Kenya is in the process of negotiating AGOA. And these are things that are happening across in many parts of the world. In Kenya, we have the East African Common Market Protocol. When you go to the IGAD, we have the negotiations happening there, COMESA and all that. We need to ask ourselves, if we are talking about refugees having decent work, there will be no decent work if we don't have strong enterprises where refugees are, and if we have businesses that refugees are operating in, then those are the businesses that needs to be promoted. So what do? We need a conversation that says, okay, if Africa trades with Africa, and as I said, majority of what we are calling refugees are African citizens. That's the bottom line. Majority of them are African citizens. Then it means that there should be no a barrier for these refugee enterprises, for their products to be able to be traded across Africa. So how can we bring them in this negotiation so that then they are also able to trade? If we do that, then we'll start seeing the decent work principles being upheld in these enterprises. And lastly, and this is one of the challenges we've seen, and we need to have a change of mindset, and especially with government. Because where government looks at, they only look at one thing: how can we get money from these people? Whether you're looking at us as workplaces, you're looking at enterprises, you are even looking at refugees. We need to shift the conversation from how can we make them pay taxes to how can we make them develop to a level where they will fall into the tax brackets. We don't need to lower the tax bracket. We need to elevate the people's standards, livelihood, the businesses, productivity, operation, so that then they can fall into the tax brackets. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for reminding us that at the workplace, there is no refugee, neither host community. We simply just all workers contributing to the economy in different ways. And so we should all be able to access the benefits of decent work. My brother here, Kotu is known, and the trade unionists and the unions are known for championing workers' rights. Do you have any cases of migrant workers and refugees being part of the unions?
Okay, first of all, again, I'll begin, before I talk about that, I'll begin by saying that, as Kenyans and Africa at large, we should come together and ensure that we go away with this perception of saying that maybe refugees are beneficiaries from the NGOs. That is the first thing we should begin, because as Kotu, we can't fight this when the government maybe is believing that refugees maybe are benefiting from somewhere else. That one is the main cause. Maybe even employers maybe may be tempted to do what we call discrimination, because they say this one has benefited from something else. So we should begin from there. We should stamp out that belief or perception. Then in cases that migrants are participating maybe or are employed, we are still doing more research to see
how many migrants, maybe, because many of them are discouraged and don't come out to the public, and we know, so we are trying to do more research. We know how many migrants have been employed, and we encourage the government. They ask a question of incentives. Talking about that, as we represent and we look at those who are employed by a certain employer. So we'll register members of a certain employer. So that thing of incentive, when we go to an employer and we get those people employed there are willing to register in a union, we'll defend the rights of everyone. We'll not discriminate anyone. So on your question, we are doing more and more research.
Thank you for the emphasis on non-discrimination of workers, because workers' rights belong to all, whether refugee or not. Going to you, Ehud, the private sector is actively talking about integrating refugees into the workforce. What specific initiatives have you had to promote this?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I think I want to start from where my brother left it. I think the conversation on this inclusion seems to be like a one-size-fits-all. So the first thing that we are trying to do really is to break down this into a business case. What's the value proposition for companies to invest in some of these programs we're talking about? How do we ensure that we help them understand the language development is talking? How do we help them understand the language government is talking? Because we are all talking different languages and none of us is hearing each other because we have a serious language barrier. I think that's the first thing that we've been trying to do, and that's really a progressive work. And we started way back trying to ask private sector, could you give internships to young people? And of course, there's no serious business case that has been fronted because businesses are very rational. Private sector is about bottom line, and we cannot even sit here today, tomorrow, the other day, until cows come home to me for milk. I mean, there is no other reason why private sector exists. It's about economic development, it's about profitability, it's about sustainability, it's about resilience. So just making sure that we are listening more deeply and allowing us to really get the right language to speak to the private sector and build a strong business proposition for such investment is the first thing that we've been trying to do. The second area we've been trying to work on is to identify flagships where refugees and people who are challenged to get to the labor market have low entry barriers. And so when you talk about some of the flagships that we are implementing, the Digital Works program under the flagship of Ajira, working with digital platforms that have very low limitations in terms of requirements, and then allowing young people to work. I was just discussing with Mohammed, who I've worked with for a long time, around some innovations that we are doing around making sure that young people can also access work irrespective of their status. And of course, I'm speaking here with government in present, but I'm sure we can discuss that. So, but the whole thing is that innovation around digital entrepreneurship, digital work, is really paying off great dividends because it has low entry barriers. The second thing that we've been trying to do is to promote entrepreneurship. So we have a program called Jinwe. Again, this program seeks to build capacity of young people to do business, to have access to market. We do have a mentorship component into it, but more importantly is of access to funding, where we are actually doing zero interest rate financing. And that really means that we are trying to make sure that the barriers for entry are as low as possible to allow everyone to get in. We have now another program that we are working in called I'm sure you've heard about this program, called Kiji. Kiji is a new program that the private sector together with the government is coming together to promote internships. And these have fully paid internships by the private sector, but also looking at how can we also identify specific sectors in the economy that could create jobs at scale. And so one of the sectors we've identified is the business process outsourcing sector. And I think when I was coming in here this morning, I just got a message by someone saying one of the biggest BPO has asked us to try and get to them 2,000 people in the next 2 weeks. And I'm like, wow, but how many refugees? How will we ensure that there's a matrix that refugees, persons living with disability are also part of this sort of big programs that are coming to support job creation for young people. Lastly, there's a question around policy and data. I think this conversation cannot really move as fast as we want if we don't have hard statistics. What's the productivity concerns and aspects that we need to raise? What are the case studies? What has worked and what has not worked? And these are the kind of messaging that, and I'm really excited about the efforts by the ILO in terms of debuckling the policy, the communication and the messaging, but even in terms of economic contribution, I think we must push the needle to allow ourselves to have hard statistics around what works and what doesn't work. How do we also package this data in a way that's consumable and applicable to the different stakeholders that are working on. My last point around what we're trying to do, again, is to organize the ecosystem. Fragmentation and of course, duplication, everyone doing a small thing at their own corner, we never get to scale. So we will talk about refugee in this room, and I can tell you there could be another 3, 4, 5 meetings. Today, talking about the same, I was in one in this morning. I am here, and probably you don't know whether I have another webinar in the evening, talking about the same thing. I think time has come for us then to really work on the ecosystem. So one of the flagships that we're also trying to do is to ask ourselves, how do we coordinate ourselves better so that people can play at their strength and then the impact to be huge and actually to be felt. Yeah.
Thank you, Ehud. And thank you for mentioning the BPO opportunity that just came out. This is like real-time private sector engagement, and I see it as an opportunity for refugee youth also, and I hope the desert freelancers, you've heard about that, and over lunch you will have a conversation with Ehud to ensure that you can also benefit from this. We will have one more round of questions for the panelists before we open for questions from the plenary. But I'm back to you, Mercy, and one of the other elephants in the room is the refugee status determination process. What are we doing to make it faster and just reprieve people of the pain of waiting for years for their status to be determined?
Thank you. Refugee status determination process is a security process. You will bear with me that in all countries that host refugees, this process is key. And of course, Kenya is not an exception to it. However, as the government, in the last 3 years, I know that you're aware of this, is that we have had tremendous reduction in the backlog that we've had for the longest time. There are initiatives that the department does, of course, internally, that sometimes we have rapid response, so that specific cases, undergo like quick process and are completed. And this has really made reduce the backlog, in a very large process. However, this process is not solely on the government or the department at large, but even the refugees themselves have a role to play in this. You'll be shocked when you visit our offices. We have thousands of recognition letters uncollected, thousands of refugee IDs, some expired, have not been collected. And you ask ourselves, where are these people? Refugees themselves have a role, We are lucky that we have the toll-free helpline where they're able to update their contacts in case of change, because those are the only contacts that we have, and when we reach them, you are not able to get them. So these documents end up, getting expired in the offices without being collected. And then someone comes later when the ID is expired, then they have to start the process of ID renewal. The same way, right now, the refugee database, which we work with UNHCR, has been, I would say, merged in some way, where the refugee IDs take maximum a month, just like the Kenyan ID. When you're replacing an ID or you apply, the LCU, it takes the shortest time. So right now, the reality is that we don't have a backlog for refugee ID application. What is there now is the RSD, but however, as I said, we'll not shy away to say we have challenges, and I think the main challenge would be human resource, which of course I know it happens, and of course we welcome support in this because that's the main challenge that we have. However, as the department, we really, with the support with the new commissioner, in fact, he's really at the forefront to ensure that there's no backlog in RSD. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mercy, for that information, and we are looking forward really to better and faster processes with the department. We've seen and heard the Commissioner's commitment to this. We are hoping in the coming months there will be more positive results. But when you are speaking, I saw some faces getting very excited. So this conversation might continue over lunch with some interested participants. Back to you, Stephen. What can FKE do to increase awareness amongst employers of the presence of refugee skilled workforce and encourage them to hire this workforce?
First, when it comes to awareness creation, I think the Federation, we conduct, first of all, different forums. We need to have specific forums that are more focused on the refugee, promotion of refugees and inclusion of refugees at workplace. So that then we start with identifying, doing a mapping. Do we have a database where we have a skills map of what kind of skills that exist among the refugees that then can be, we can start from there trying to see how can we then communicate this to the employers, put together different virtual forums with targeted sectors. And we know that when we talk about, say, refugees and the host communities and some of the areas where most of the enterprises are perhaps even far. You look at, except for the urban refugees, which are, of course, the least in the equation of the number of refugees, the other ones that are in the camp, we need then to know what kind of skills do they possess. Starting from there, then we engage the employers. The second thing that we need to do is to have national conversation beyond even this room, where we bring in different leaders in the employment space, enterprise owners, and the media, and engage on what Carol talked about, the hard conversation that needs to happen. If that happens, then it brings the interest in the whole equation about how do we manage the refugees. Now, the last thing that we need to do as the employers is to have what we have already started doing, and with the collaboration with ILO, we ran an award called the Employee of the Year Award. Now, what this award does, it recognizes the employers for the best practices that they are adopting, and so there are a whole number of sections or areas that are being assessed. We need to make inclusion or promotion of decent work that involves the refugees that are employed or that access to employment as part of the core criteria in the category of the award to be looked at. Now, if this happens and then we engage different partners and consumers of our products, that is our hope, that consumers of our products starts becoming sensitive that if an employer is submitting himself for this assessment and being able to go through the assessment, then they get a certain recognition for their products in markets and all that. So through this Employee of the Year award, we are able then to disseminate a lot of information about the refugees.
Thank you, Stephen, for those remarks. And coming back to you, Kotu, you know, in the union movement, we say umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. Promoting social solidarity, how can we promote and encourage refugee workers to be in solidarity as refugees, but also with other Kenyan workers?
Okay, to encourage the refugees and other Kenyan workers, the first thing we have to tell the refugees and Kenyan workers that you should have the right skills first. After you have the right skills, you try and knock the doors, because after you are employed is when maybe Kotu will come in and try to make sure your right is put into consideration. On the issue of creating awareness, I would like to reiterate. My brother here said about awards. That one can be a motivating factor, whereby when employers know that we have awards that on the scorecard, we look at maybe the number of refugees that are employed in that company or organization, they will be motivated to employ the refugees. We can also encourage the employers to take refugees as our brothers, because we are Africans. Like my brother Gilbert said there, we are all Africans. We should not discriminate that this one is from that country or whatever. So employers should also ask themselves what these refugees going through. Like you see, someone said that marriages are being broken. You should feel such matters. You should put in your heart. You should wear that shoe and feel on how those people are feeling also. I think by doing so, we'll see refugees being getting what we call decent work. Yeah. And also, we encourage our government and the labor sector to come up with more modalities on including the refugees matters in the law. So that one will strengthen on the employment matter. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. You've put it very well, that inclusion, and that's the whole purpose why we are having this conversation and taking action to ensure that refugees too are not left behind in the matters of decent work. Finally, Ehud, speak to us about some of the incentives you see that could encourage private sector to provide opportunities for work, whether suppliers, whether employment for refugees.
Yeah, that's a really good question around incentives. And yes, definitely as you build solid evidence around what works and what's the business case, there is need to incentivize the private sector to be able to see the opportunity in the lens in terms of which these, as the development actors, do really see it. And so the first incentive, I think, is just by ensuring that we are able to have communication and educational programs that helps private sector understand exactly what's the potential of the refugee community in terms of the economic advancement and the interest around the business. So that, for me, is the very first set of incentive, because I can tell you for sure, and sitting here, this conversation, even if you start talking about what, a small business person in a mid-sized company does never even think about, it never crosses their mind that there's a person who really needs some special attention. For them, it's about business, it's about economics. Similarly, we know that the companies that have greater affinity to inclusion are just 10% of the economy. 90% do not have. So we must be careful about the way we sort of look at this problem, and have to look at it as a problem of smaller businesses to be more inclusive. And I think helping them to understand and appreciate the opportunity they have to do things different is paramount. And so for me, that's the first thing. The second thing, for every business, the most important thing for you is to make sure you are lowering your costs or increasing your profit. I mean, the economics are just clear. It's either you have higher returns or your costs are lower, and the chemistry in between there works for the business. And so the development action, government, we should think about, so for example, if there's skilling components, how do we ensure that we are, as we engage with the private sector, we have done our part, and we can collaboratively say this is the marginal impact on your hiring costs that then means, makes a lot of business sense. I know for the private sector, just being able to also say, and in some cases you've seen that we also sort of incentivizing and risking some of the experiences that are required by having intentional and internship programs that can, so for example, be cushioned from a social protection standpoint, and I think I have heard something like that we have been running a program where some of these groups that need special attention, you actually incentivize the entry level by a wage subsidy model that then helps businesses first and foremost to get them in the workstation. And when they do that, I can tell you for free, and we have seen this working very well, they don't release them. So I think as everyone in the ecosystem doing the bit that they need to do is very important. I know we have been promoting some of the inclusion programs, like what we call suppliers diversity in our organization. And what we do is to promote inclusion of special groups in the value chain and supply chain of our companies by making sure that they understand and they lower the barriers. And I know, for example, the government has been working on AGPO, but then there's also a private sector AGPO, which really we have a better control. It has been running year on year, and of course, this year we have included the category of persons living with disability as well as refugees. We've been promoting largely young people and women, but then I think we are becoming more sharper as we understand the ecosystem better, and the need to be more focused and more sharp. So if some of these incentives can be provided, I believe they move the needle quite significantly.
Thank you so much, Ehud, for wrapping it up with a challenge to us here that probably it's time we advocated for refugee inclusion by presenting a business case on what opportunities exist with refugees contributing to our labor markets. We'll take a round of questions from the plenary, and I see 3 questions. Okay, I see 4 hands, so we take those 4. Go ahead. There is a microphone next to you.
Thank you so much. I'm Jambo.
Jambo.
I am Daudi Kose, an advocate of SDG, human rights defender, and Secretary General of Kibra Societal Empowerment, Peace and Budget Champion. I represent the Kibera Republic. Decent work. I think the conversation should be on the protections of constitutional fundamental rights. Because if you listen so much to the way Gilbert was crying, he was not crying about decent work. It was about protection of fundamental rights. And that brings me to you, Baya Mercy. I want you to tell me something about service delivery and resource distribution, maybe by the government and both the county government. Why am I saying so? What is Refugees Act 2021? What is Refugees Act all about? Does it even have the threshold to protect the human dignity or the rights of our community members? When you look at the part 2 of provision of administrations, we see in subsection 6 and 8 where we have the establishment of the DRS and affairs and the establishment of the docket of the commissioner. And these are entitled to protecting the asylum seekers and refugees community in the host community by making sure that they are compliant and they are protected and entitled by the law of the land. If you look at part 5 and 7, where the act compels the government to protect refugees and asylum seekers in the community by providing service delivery and resource distribution. And this comes to questions. What languages, Mercy Baya, do you people speak in your boardroom meetings? And how, just a minute please, what criteria do the government come with to exclude refugees community from Inua Jamii? Because the other day we are just in Githurai, and Githurai has got a lot of refugees community, and we saw a severely impaired refugee community who needs to be protected by the Constitution, as stated by the Act. So I think the conversation should be operationalizing and implementation, away from decent work, because decent work will come automatically. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Mercy, take note. We take the next one, and I ask that you do a minute, please.
Wow. Okay. I'm Banak from Youth Voices Community. It's hard to go direct to the question, but it's okay. Going direct to the question, our brother from FKE, you've spoken well, even our brother from the private sector. Thank you so much for what you've said. We will follow up. Thank you so much. My question is, as the refugees community, I think the refugees community and the government of Kenya are reading from different script. Yeah? Our script is not that we get accepted and B, have the identification that reads foreigners or as an alien ID. Yeah? because at this stage, I believe we are not, as the refugees community, we are not foreigners. And the moment they give us that status, it makes us foreigners. Even contributing to the socio-economic development of Kenya will be impossible. Why? Because when we get even the KRA pin, it says that we are non-resident, and being non-resident, we are charged 20%, making it impossible for us even to penetrate through any business that we do. It makes us charge 20%, of which that is impossible. So what is the government doing about that? Are we going to be on the same alignment of advocating for us to be residents instead of non-resident, or are we going to continue like this? Because if we continue like this, we are not progressing as the refugees community. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We go to the back before we come to Caroline. There was a hand there, the lady, to the right.
Thank you. I wanted to ask two quick questions. One on the regulatory environment, so that refugees are not free from exploitation. We have seen with migrant workers, especially those coming from Uganda, the domestic workers, also in salons and barbershops, refugees from Rwanda. So they become an easy target where people think they can pay them less because they add maybe a lower socioeconomic status. So yes, we can get access to work, but what kind of environment are we promoting? Is it free from exploitation so that they're not an easy target for unscrupulous employers? Second is around xenophobia. We are working, we're in an environment where like 2.97 million Kenyans are unemployed. So how do you protect refugees from xenophobia, because it is live, and even in Europe right now we are seeing a lot of xenophobia from refugees coming from the war in Ukraine. We've seen it in South Africa. So that maybe it's a live issue that maybe right now we are not facing it, but down the line it's something that we may want to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Finally to Caroline, she had a hand up.
Caroline, you want to answer? Sorry? To answer or to ask?
Both. And there's something that the colleague, let me retract. Thank you so much. This was really good and builds a case for why we should have that constant engagement on decent work for refugees to keep ourselves accountable and to stop telling ourselves that we are doing a lot when we are actually not. And I think if we accept that and stop being satisfied by such little progress, I think we will do better. To my question, I'll first answer my sister, although the question was not for me. You know, one, and I think the colleague who did the policy brief presentation from IRC already mentioned that. One, the refugees, and they are aware. I have not come across one refugee who said they want to work for the government of Kenya. Number one, I have not met. Two, it is the fact that refugees, like the rest of us, exist largely in the informal sector. In the informal sector. So the situation is pretty much the same. But then there are those specific challenges that refugees face, and we've mentioned them today. So I'm hoping that that by itself, hopefully, will keep Kenyans Kenyans are, and let me not speak anecdotally. IRC, I remember, I think in 2019, did a study on Kenyans' perceptions around refugees. And friends, it was very positive. Kenyans said, oh, let them work. Why are they fed anywhere in the camps? Okay, I don't know if that situation has changed. There are the security issues that come once in a while, and we thank God that we've had some stability. You know what I'm talking about, for a very long time. So it's also, but also Kenyans are really removed from refugees. You know, when I say I'm in Garissa, I'm in Turkana, oh, there's no war there. Which war? Is Kenya at war anywhere? So it's also constantly speaking about refugees because they are a part and parcel of our community. Let them not be people we don't come into contact with. You may never meet them, okay? But let's keep, you know, these conversations, and maybe part of the dialogue is just to reach places where people don't go and hold refugee fora there. Like these are part of the people in our community. Those are my answers. Question specifically to Mercy, right? Yeah. On so I've heard about the gazettement of the refugee ID. Based on what law? Because it is not provided for right now in law. So we, in my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, we would need to have the provisions as currently provided for in the regulations to go through Parliament, and only then will the Cabinet Secretary have the power to gazette the refugee ID. Because what's the basis? And we love litigation in Kenya. That gazettement, someone will go to court if it's done, and it will be squashed. But if we have the refugee ID as provided for in the regulations, because it lists what the refugee ID can do, if that goes through Parliament, the Cabinet Secretary can gazette. Before that, and we can take this to the bank, it won't fly. It won't fly, because based on what law? Because Cabinet, I mean, you can't just put something forth if it has no basis in law in this country. We all know that. So that's a first question. Then Ehud, and also the listing of the refugee card on eCitizen, that then would follow, because once it's approved by Parliament, gazetted, then, and I look forward and pray that one time I'll go to eCitizen and I'm asked documentation, drop down, ID, passport, refugee ID. That would be so great for, not for refugees, but for us as a country. Ehud, I had everything you said, but there is one that stuck in my heart. These AGPO for private sector that now includes refugees. How can we collaborate? Because I don't know how many refugees know about this. How can we collaborate so that refugee enterprises are aware of this and therefore can take the opportunity that you provide, because it's a really excellent opportunity. And then I will ask Stephen, do we have something similar, Stephen, within FKE? Because we are trying to look for as many pathways as possible for refugees, businesses to be integrated into different opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Many of the questions are to you, Mercy, because you're speaking for government. But just to answer them in no particular order, if you could.
I'll start with the first question on service delivery on refugees. The government, and I would say the Department of Refugee Services, does not work alone. Yeah, we work with several partners who offer different services. You'll bear with me that most of the time services sometimes cannot be delivered or offered unless there's documentation. I think that's why we come in everywhere. Yeah. So we have various partners who offer legal services. We have those who offer medical. We have child protection. We have ACDBV. We have different partners, and the question of service delivery may come when someone maybe does not know where to get these services. Yeah. So, and I will be shocked because we usually have monthly meetings in the communities. Because you see, we have refugees in Kitengela, Kaongware, Kayole, Ruiru, Isili. We have refugees all over, where we hold meetings monthly, outreaches. In these meetings now, we're able to know the challenges that they face so that we can better serve them, including even the, you mentioned that there's someone who is disabled or something. We also have partners who offer assistance to such persons, but then how can an office know that we have these people in the community or these specific persons in the community? We also have refugee leaders in the communities who also assist, you know, to identify such cases and other vulnerable cases so that we can best serve these people, and also through the partners, they're able to get assistance. So that is also part of that. What I would say is that some refugees or even host communities do not know sometimes what is offered where. And we encourage them, because if you don't know, you should ask. If you cannot ask, because sometimes, you know, as officers, we're not able to reach exactly on the ground. And that's why you work together with the refugee leaders who are in the community to be able to inform these people what is provided for and where they can get these services. On the issue of protecting rights, if I'm right? You mentioned protection of rights. In our department, we have, we call protection department, not just in DRS, because of capacity, we work with protection officers from UNHCR and also other partners. So when we come together now, we ensure that these people issues are addressed. For example, I'll give an example. A refugee who has a business or has been employed and, you know, has been discriminated, or they refuse to pay his salary or something, when they come to the protection desk, what we do is, of course, we check these cases, we assess, and then we have legal representation from RCK who offer these free of charge. So then those people can represent these people in court or follow up to ensure that these people rights are protected. Because when we mention about rights, we have different rights. We have the legal side, we have, for us, even accessing medical, that's a right? We have NCCK who do that together with the protection officers, because we are the people who, the first contact of where these people come to us when they have these challenges and they're not able to access a specific right, then we intervene to ensure that they get this. So this happens, probably we keep enlightening them and advocacy, especially for the monthly outreaches, because this is the main intention of these monthly outreaches, where all partners usually attend to ensure that they are informed of where to go in case they have issues. I hope maybe I've answered your question. And then, yes, on there's the issue of being charged when applying for KRA, as an example, right? And I think this is what I have mentioned earlier. We have started this conversation. We know it's a journey, yeah, because we have to involve all these government agencies to ensure that we are all on the same page. It may take some time, but coming from where we have come from, to me, this is an achievement. We've gotten somewhere. As even Madam mentioned earlier, that the refugee law right now does not fill all the gaps, yeah? But it's something that we can start from. Like, it's a stepping stone for us to have a conversation, and eventually things will turn out for the better, because we know refugee law is not static. It's like it evolves. We started from camp, issuing of what can I call it? Like refugees in the camps, for example. But now we are moving from that conversation to self-reliance, to, you know, economic empowerment. So to me, this is an achievement where moving forward, you know, all these issues and gaps will be addressed. But of course, and that's why I think we have such forums, so that we can take note of that, so that even as we have these discussions with the relevant stakeholders, then we can be able to raise these issues to ensure that everyone is included. And then on the issue of refugee ID and gazettement, I will agree with you. I think I I overlooked, I didn't mention the procedure. But what I meant by we have taken these documents that needs to be gazetted to the PS. And I think last week on Friday, there was the parliamentary committee in Mombasa, to discuss these issues. So we believe that's why we sent all these documents to them, so that by the time the regulations are passed, and then the gazetting can happen, and then everything else can come into place. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for the answers, Mercy. And just to say, as much as we are saying refugees do not have information, it's the same for the host community members. And for the case of Inua Jamii, I can imagine an officer from social protection coming to register people for Inua Jamii. Then they just say, bring your national ID. They do not have more information of the refugee documents. And so as we do the awareness amongst the refugee population, we are also to do it to the Kenyan population, and more so the officers working and serving in different government departments, which Mercy has alluded to.
If I can just add that to the Inua Jamii, I think it skipped my mind. The social protection are very willing to include refugees in that. They have given us the award, and we hope that moving forward they'll be included, because if they don't, they'll have us to answer to, because they have included them in that program. Yeah, even previously there was the other one, I don't know what it's called, but even refugee, the elderly were included. So we are really looking forward to this, because
they are included with which document, maybe?
The refugee ID.
Okay.
Yes, we have some who have been receiving assistance.
Great. The next set of questions goes to Ehud about the AGPO for private sector.
Yeah, so I think the question is straightforward, that of course it's room there to collaborate. And so, as I said early in my conversation, is that we have put that particular matrix, which is quantitative, to ensure that we are now more intentional about inclusion. So all our work, from digital work program to entrepreneurship, to the TVET capacity building work, to intermediation work, has actually a certain matrix, a number, percentage on the refugee inclusion. So yes, we are open to collaborating and looking at how we can scale some of this effort. One of the things that when I was sitting here that was coming to my mind is that it seems like I'm an outlier, because I think people seems to have a lot of context in terms of what's happening, but I'm not sure that some of the people who should be hearing this conversation have an opportunity to hear what I have heard today. And so again, the question is, who is helping us even to understand the entrepreneurial environment for refugees, which businesses, which sectors, at what level? How do we then create a program that then helps them to scale and to grow and to get integrated in the main business value chains and ecosystems that we are working on? So I think that's, for me, is a light bulb moment, and definitely, Carol, I'm happy to engage and see how we can then be able to collaborate and increase the impact along this thread.
Thank you. Stephen, do you have a comment on a similar program with FKE?
What currently we are doing at the Federation, we are more looking at the skilling side, and we have a number of initiatives that are happening to place people into workplaces to help them acquire the skills that are practical. And we have that placement program, and also we have a program on dual training that happens between, we link the employer and the TVET, and then identify the people who can go through that program, where most of their time they spend at the workplace, learn, and then also add skills to get the theoretical aspect of that. The other thing that is key that we are also pushing for as at FKE, two things, and one of it perhaps might be an interest to Ehud and the people who are in the digital space, is FKE Girls and Technology. You know, when we talk about work and we are talking about the future of work is moving into the technology. There's a lot that technology is going to move. And so we are particularly looking at the girls getting into that space, so that then when we get into a few years from now, we are not talking about the girls or the women being out of the workplace, because that is where the workplace is. And so it's a question of now, how can we also then bring it to the, I know all the refugees face a lot of challenges, but then there is a challenge that comes with different, that has a gender element in it. How then can we get more girls also into that space? And the other one is Adopt a School initiative, where we work with our members and the enterprises to be able to adopt a school and ensure that the children in the locality, or whether it is in the refugee camp and the children in the host community, can be able to be maintained in the school. And why is that important to us? Because we as a federation, when we look at this discussion, work comes on top. I know somebody said that we shouldn't be talking about decent work, but actually the reason why even the director has a voice and can stand and push for some things is because he has that work. If you give somebody work, productive work, and the person can earn an income, it solves a lot of things in the life of this person. Apart from dignifying his or her life, it also sorts out many things that are linked to an income. And that's why, to us, the conversation about getting the refugees to work, to employment, is very key to us, because that's the way you dignify a person. Remove work and an income from somebody, you've already killed that person. You've killed a family, you've killed a generation. The second thing that we are looking at is education and just giving somebody an identity. Can you imagine if we were in this room and none of us had even a name? If you remove it, that's why even, and Mercy, that's how you need to look at these identity documents. It's like having children or having a child who has no name. Identity document is really at the core. Can we move away from thinking of how we are giving you this document is only for 5 years, 10 years? It's good if it is my passport for me to globetrot, but if it is the basic identity document, even that expiration should be removed. We've been with refugees in Kenya, I think from 1991 or even before, but at least 1991 when some major camps started coming. Up to today, somebody who was born that year in the camp is having a family. And we're still trying to negotiate on whether we should identify this person or not. I think there is something that needs to change in our thinking as a people. There is something that needs to change. The business side, we look at the whole equation of refugees and at the workplace. We are looking at them as a people who have skills. How can we give an opportunity, and how can the policy environment and the legal environment facilitate us to be able to give them this opportunity without it becoming a barrier? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for concluding very well for us on why we are here. There was a question on the refugee ID and the rights it will bring, and young man there asked why it's been recognized as a foreigner's ID. Mercy, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and I think I thought I had responded to that, but I can still repeat. As I said, most of these online applications have the residents and non-residents.
You can use the mic.
Oh, sorry. Most of them have the resident and non-resident, yeah. And that's why I've said it's important that we have these conversations, because as we go and have these discussions with them, we can raise such issues. Because if a refugee is considered as a non-resident, that means they'll have to pay a fee, to access this. And in reason, they're not supposed to pay anything. So, and that's why I've said I'm taking this up, as we discuss further on how to implement this law, the new act, and to ensure that they can access all these services, then these are issues that we're supposed to address with them, even as we have these discussions. Yes.
Thank you very much. A big round of appreciation to the panelists. And back to you, Jamin.
Thank you very much, Lillian, and the panelists. We highly appreciate. We'll be following up on those particular conversations, lest this dies at this particular forum. I will now invite, we have two speakers between us and lunch who will take very few minutes. UNHCR has needs to share some of the interventions that are happening in terms of access to work for refugees. And so Meshach will take 5 minutes or less to be able to share these particular aspects. Then we will then move on in the closing.
I think I need to be on the stage. Yeah, very fruitful discussions today. I think this has been a very good engagement in terms of pushing the needle towards achieving self-reliance, and especially looking at that scope of decent work, and basically achieving the basic rights that refugees should enjoy as any other citizen in Kenya. Just have a few maybe issues that I could be able to share and that are already ongoing, and I'm seeing lots of linkages together with the thematic discussion today. So Marcy has alluded to aspects of the Shirika plan. She mentioned Marshall Plan. I think now the name is solidly Shirika Plan, and it's a government-led initiative. It's not a law, it's a plan. Just to correct some of the messaging miscommunications that might happen. So UNHCR is supporting, the government in the development of this Shirika Plan. A lot of consultations have been going on. I believe most of the actors represented here have, in one way or another, contributed partly or partially to the development of this. The Shirika Plan is basically government's goodwill, I would say. My brother from La Africana had already mentioned about the government's goodwill. I think we are moving towards where government is appreciating the refugee situation, and would like to see a shift in refugee management policy. So the Shirika Plan looks at integrated settlement and integration and access to services as any other person in Kenya would enjoy, and it has key focus priorities around several components, 6 components, looking at issues around governance and policy and legal change, integrated services, human capital development and skills development, issues on durable solutions, economic development, as well as issues around systems building. And the conversations that are going on are also aligned to some of the developments around municipality development in the refugee hosting areas, that is Kakuma and Dadaab. So I think in the near future, we'll have these areas established as municipalities, and this speaks now to also urbanization and also issues to do with now decent work conditions due to these areas emerging as urban centers, providing opportunities across, all the sectors and the private sector engagement. So alongside that, we also have the GCDEP. The KICEDEP 2 was launched a few months ago, which is a 325 million, I think, investment that needs to be done for Kakuma and Kalobeye. Now GCDEP is following in pursuit, and I think on the 28th they should be launching that specific plan, looking at the development or socioeconomic development of the Dadaab region. And I think the costing around that is around 500 million approximately. And a lot of engagements are happening, with development actors like the Africa Development Bank that is looking to enhance private sector investments in the Dadaab region. I think soon, early October, we should be hosting a conversation around public-private dialogue on that specific topic. On areas of financial inclusion, where we are working very closely with ILO, there are certain ongoing conversations that are trying to look at different aspects of unlocking some of these barriers around financial inclusion. Together with Safaricom, there are concerted efforts and discussions where different work streams have been developed to actually push forward engagements that will be able to unlock some of the issues around, especially mobile money. With the World Bank and Equity, there's an ongoing conversation where the World Bank, I think, will be investing a guarantee facility so that Equity Bank can be able to extend credit to refugees, as well as FMO, which is a Dutch bank. Recently, actually last week, were in Nairobi, and looking at how they can be able to support through a revolving fund facility, especially in Kakuma and probably urban, on access to credit for refugees, entrepreneurs. So these are some of the ongoing discussions that I believe are linked also to this theme. One of the questions that I wanted to pose to our panelists, and especially the private sector, who are very key in enabling us to achieve some of the standards around decent work across the value chains that exist where refugees are involved. We have the Global Refugee Forum happening in December. So this is a platform where government and the other different stakeholders like the private sector, the NGOs, the development partners make pledges or commitments towards supporting refugees. And just from the discussions, I think it came to mind that I think the Shirika plan is actually evolving from the discussions to be one. I think will be a key pledge by government in terms of the GRF. And alongside that, we have livelihoods and economic inclusion, social protection mega pledge, just carved out from those specific pledges, whereby different stakeholders can match what government is pledging. And the question I would want to pose to our brothers from the KEPSA, COTU, and FKE, and any other stakeholder among these private sector entities like the Chamber of Commerce, if they could actually come up with a pledge that speaks to decent work and matches what the Shirika plan is trying to achieve. I think that would be very progressive and would be something that we could be working towards too. So the GRF happens every 4 years. So between now 2023, where we will be having this GRF pledge, to the next 4 years, we will be working towards decent work. And I'm happy to know that KEPSA has specific metrics aligned to, refugee inclusion, which is super great. In those few words, I'd like to close my. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Meshach for a few words. Today he has outdone himself. So we're going to have way forward 5 minutes counting from Geoffrey. Then we'll have the closing remarks from Irene Bosire, the Deputy Director for Programs, IRC Kenya. Geoffrey.
Thank you so much. I think I'm not the one who's between you and lunch, so there's somebody else. It's good to know. This is the most important part of it. One, because there's always information overload throughout. So here it's make it simpler for you and try to point you to directions on what we need to do next and summarize that. But at the same time is to appeal to different, actors and see where their entry points would be in the next steps forward. So to make it simpler, first of all, there's been a very great appeal to awareness creation and sensitization. And that means it's a multi-stakeholder approach. And to this end, I see it in 2 ways. First, IRC, how do we disseminate the policy brief? Because this was just an initial thought. We don't have all stakeholders here. So how do we work together with other partners to make sure that this is disseminated in terms of decent work, but as well as the different, policy review and regulatory review frameworks? Because in awareness creation, we need to be clear on the different policies that are hindering or are barriers to refugee inclusion, but then we need to sensitize people on what we need to do next. That takes me to the next one, harmonized regulatory framework, kind of harmonization and reviews. From our presentation, you saw the gaps, the different gaps, and you also saw the duplications. So what do we work around that? Because the next step would be bringing government to the table, talking with government, discussing with government, so that first of all, remember, for refugee inclusion to happen, there needs to be a law that's clear, even for the government itself. So, and this ties together with the support that we need to give to host countries. So what's our role there in working together to ensure that this is harmonized? The next one is on issue of private sector. I won't repeat. Meshach has mentioned that very well. At the Global Refugee Forum, what will be our commitments towards private sector? But more importantly is how do we show value proposition to this, private sector? Dr. Ehud mentioned the same. It's all about the bottom line. If you're not meeting that, and I'm normally very happy when we are talking to private sector because they're telling us the real things. We are normally blind to the fact that private sector doesn't go to any location without thinking about bottom line. It's businesses, they need profits, but at the same time, they would need to understand these value chains that we are supporting within those locations. The most immediate one, and this is just echoing what Caroline proposed. I would think it's a commitment, Caroline, and I'm not throwing you under the bus. A follow-up roundtable discussion which should be more of a social dialogue, tripartite. We've seen there's COTU, there's government, there's FKE, there's private sector. So can we think about how we sit down and talk about these policy issues in a more enclosed where we have, all ministries from government? Because it should be a whole systems approach. All ministries from government, they should be there. When you're talking about KYC, the central bank should be at the seat. SIM cards, Safaricom should be at the seat. When you're talking about labor, the Ministry of Labor should be at the seat. This is not an only Ministry of Interior affair, but a whole government approach. So I think, Jamin and IRC, we need to be discussing how we can have now a roundtable discussion that highlights those issues and have concrete kind of steps forward to it. And lastly, just a minute. And of course, lastly, an appeal to stakeholders, developmental actors, on harmonizing our approaches. That has come up quite a lot in so many forums I've been there. I think Shirika Plan is one. It's a start point. We need to be all involved. Appeal to UNHCR as well. Make sure that we have all partners here on the Shirika Plan, kind of engagement, so that everybody pulls in resources, pulls in technical support, so that we work as one, kind of one team towards, refugee inclusion. Otherwise, we'll keep talking about this. And remember, if we go to government with fragmented approach, that was the word, fragmented approach, they'll always give us fragmented feedback. Because then ILO goes there, labor market, hey, you can do this. UNHCR protection, hey, you can do this. So it's more of a harmonized approach for all stakeholders at the table and in all discussions at last. And lastly, certification and language and profiling. I think we can do better as developmental actors, as partners, on profiling of refugees, because we've never had that profiling being done. Like when you talk about the policy brief on decent work, that is just one. We've not talked about the workers who exist within the refugee populations that we do not know of. We've not talked about the skills that are therein that we do not know of. So what will be our next steps here is looking at profiling mechanisms that appeal to all stakeholders. We decide on a harmonized approach on how we profile refugees and bring them into different interventions. And this is what breaks the barrier when we talk about refugees saying that, we receive this kind of support from this organization, but this is the same support. This organization also tells us a different kind of information, gives us a different kind of information towards it. So I'll stop here. And of course, I urge all of us to think about the next steps. And the one thing we would want to see from here, Jamin, is also, documentation of all this shared with partners, so that partners can now, feed into this and, pick some interventions that then they would be able to take forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Geoffrey. And Geoffrey said the last like 3 times. So the African preacher. So welcome, Irene.
Thank you. Which tells you I'm not much of a speaker, a public speaker. But mine is to close. My task here is to close this meeting and to thank you very much for your participation. At the risk of contradicting what Caroline said, we have done quite a bit. We have been in this space for very many years. Caroline, if you remember, and I think at that time you were at IGAD, when we're talking about Dadaab closure and the whole securitization of the refugee space. And we went through a period of talking about changing the narrative around refugees and speaking positively and speaking new things about refugees. And I'm very glad to hear, even from KEPSA, that refugees present business. Before, we were not talking about refugees being good business. So I think we've come some ways, but we have a lot more that we need to do. I'm very pleased to see, when we're talking about refugees, we have KEPSA, we have FKE, we have KOTU. Traditionally, none of them were on the table. It was DRS, UNHCR, development partners, NGOs. And that, we are very, very proud of where we have come from. Now, let me close by thanking Rebuild team, ILO team, and the IRC team in general for organizing this forum and allowing us the space to speak and speak freely. I'm glad that we are able to speak openly and also to share our frustrations, but also to bring ourselves back and say, okay, then what are the solutions that we want to put forth? I'd like to thank our guests from the refugee and asylum seekers space. And we really want to thank you for taking the time to come and share your experiences. I remember coming from Kampala with Gilbert, and I witnessed what sometimes this documentation does not necessarily mean that they have access like the rest of us do. At the airport, we did have a bit of a struggle, even though he had the CTD with him. And thank you for reminding us that behind all the policies, frameworks, all the statistics and everything we talk about are human beings that experience these things in certain ways. And we need to bear that in mind even as we speak about how we're going to change things for the better. So an appreciation also to KEPSA, FKE, KOTU, and all our partners for really coming and expressing to us the opportunities that exist outside of what has been the traditional refugee management space. And I hope all of us take some of these things that have been mentioned here that are actually happening, and we actually pursue them and hold these organizations to task. I am glad that we have metrics, and metrics are very important in any organization to be able to hold us accountable. So very grateful for that. As we gear up for, our colleague from UNHCR has talked about the GRF in December. We have the UNGA coming up end of September, and in some of these spaces we do not necessarily speak about displacement and the consequences of displacement, but I hope that we, particularly at conferences like UNGA and others, we can continue to carry the voice and raise the visibility around displacement and refugees, and how everything else, even the climate summit now that is happening in Kenya, it does affect refugees. And we need to continue speaking about how displacement is central to all of these various issues that we are discussing. So I will close there, and I want to thank you very much. Thank you for being patient, for sitting and going through the entire session. And I know that we also have to go back after spending time in traffic coming here. We still have to spend time in traffic going back. And so I wish you well for the rest of the day and for the rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. Lunch is, I don't want to begin the sentence in any other particular word than this. Lunch is served on the first floor of this building. So we go through the lift, then on the first floor. If you drove here and your car therefore is parked at the basement, you have the ticket, please on the office on this particular side, you can validate it so that you don't have to pay for those particular hours that we have kept you here waiting. If you need any other clarification and discussion, around the lunch table. Thank you very much. Hope to see you soon again.